running it now. So this creates, so we're doing an array list, hello recording. This creates an array, creates an array of size 4 with our 4 numbers, sorry, of length 4. Length 4 is the correct term. With our 4 numbers in it, but you cannot have any more than 4 numbers in this array. Its length cannot change. Okay, so its length cannot change. So if I go my array 0 is equal to 100, no problem with that. But if I attempt to do this, my array 4 is equal to 9. Now we don't get an error. This is something called a runtime exception. It can't know the size of the array. It can't pick this up. So it produces something called hello. Oh yeah. Why am I getting an error there?
Are you trying to run over? There's no EX1.
Oh Jesus, yeah, too. Fuck's sake, sorry. Thank God it's Friday. Yeah, there should be salt inside the EX1. Sorry about that. Now, it's working. Okay, so I'm going to run this. I get array index out of bounds exception. Okay, so this produces a runtime exception. Runtime exception is an exception that can't be picked up by the compiler. So it seems to run, but it happens at runtime. Means not a compile time, meaning the compiler can't pick it up. So that produces the runtime exception array index out of bounds exception. So comment out on that guy.
But there's no position for it.
Sorry?
There's no position for it.
No.
So that would be actually 5. That's the 5th.
It's the 5th element, yeah. My array 4 is equal to 9. That's the 5th position. Okay. Uncomment to see the runtime exception. Array index out of bounds exception. A runtime is an exception that can't be picked up by the compiler. Now, this is not on the exam, but it's just something handy to know. Alright? I'm going to quickly create an array list of names. It's going to be array. So if it's names, it's going to be string. Oops, sorry. I'm going to call it names. Okay, is equal to. Now you can do this. Arrays.asList. So this is a way to quickly populate an array list. Alright? What it's doing is it's creating an array and it's using that array to populate the array list. So I'm going to put in a couple of names in here. My name, Mary, Paddy, Sarah, Laura. All that now. Hold on a minute. What have I done wrong here? I've done something wrong here now. What have I done wrong? No. Alright, I'll have to look that up
Should you
again.
not put names instead of strings?
No.
Array list names?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah, I'll have a look at that again. Okay, so I'll ignore that for now. So I've done it wrong. So array list names is equal to new array list now. So this creates an array list. Now, if you want to add items to the array list, so everything now, unlike arrays where you can access elements through this, you can go so with arrays you can go my array 0. Okay, everything you do with array lists, you do them through methods. Okay, you can't access an element directly in an array list. What you have to do is you have to use a method to access an element in an array list. Alright, you have what are called getters and setters methods. If you want to add an element to an array list, you have to use a method. The method is called add. Okay, so I'll show you that one. So we have an array list here. So put in a comment. We add elements to an array list by using the add method. Okay, so I'm going to go names dot add Miri.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you show to create the array list with string on the left and you don't do anything on the right.
Yeah.
I parameters.
Yep.
But that's like with the finance after the
Yeah. Mary, Kathleen, Sarah. Oops, sorry. And then we go names dot add. You see all the different methods. I'm going to type them up. There's a lot of methods of the array list class. See them all there? Probably around 40 or 50. Names dot add. I'm going to put in one name. Pat. Now, array list, if you want to print off a full array list, if you want to print off an array, you have to put it in some form of loop, yes? Okay, the array list you don't have to do that. So all you have to do is this, names, and they all print out. Okay, now the reason this works is because there is a toString method.
the whole thing was broken.
Yeah. There's a toString method in the array list class that will print out all the elements of the array list. Go on for a fact, so I have to get these videos prepared anyway. Right. So there's a two-string method in the array list class. So when you put an array in a print statement, it'll automatically print off the names. Okay, so you don't need to do, if you want to print off an array list, you don't need a for loop. Okay, all right. Now, if you want to change the format, obviously you're going to have to do something different. But if you just want to get a quick look at what's inside your array list, you just put in the print statement, and it'll automatically print them off like that. Okay. Right. Okay. Now, so an array list. That's another difference. So an array list. Yeah. Yeah. But you can't reference it. You have to use something called a get. We're going to get to it in a minute. I don't know when we get to it today. Yeah. So an array list can only take objects. It cannot take primitives. So if I do this, okay, that will not compile. Okay, so this will not compile because this is an array list of ints. All right. If you want an array list that takes whole numbers, you have to create, and so it can take wrapper objects. Okay, so it's an array list of integers. Okay, integer list. Oops. Array list of integers. An array list of capital D. An array list of characters. Yep. So, if we want to add a group of integers into our array list, we go integer dot integer list dot add. We can add a number. Now, what happens in this situation is, so that is an int. So what happens here is 1 is auto-boxed as an integer. So that is not the number 1 that's been there. That is now an object is wrapped around it. It becomes an integer wrapper object. When an int becomes an integer wrapper, it's called autoboxing. Okay, it's a process that happens automatically when you put a number, a full number, into an array list. Okay, it automatically becomes an integer. Everyone okay with that? You can also go int list dot add. You can also go new integer 4. That's also allowed. And I'm going to add in 2 other numbers. 100 and 1,000. Now, similarly, I'm going to do the same with our list of doubles. So I'm going to go double list, add. I'm going to add a double. So again, 2.34. It's auto boxed to become a double wrapper object. Okay, you can also go double list dot add new double 45.78, and we make it dot add. Oops, not add all. Add. And the last one is going to be character list. So it's character list dot add e. So this is auto boxed. E is auto boxed to become a character wrapper object. And I'm just going to put in 2 of the characters. New character he could be a lovely lad. He could be the nicest lad you ever come across in your life. I'd be offended that you called him a prick. Could be the boss. Then he has to be a lovely lad if he's the boss. Jesus, come on. So, exclamation. Now, if you want to print out each one of those lists, all you have to do is SYSO. We have integer list, SYSO, double list, SYSO, character list. There they all are. So it's very simple to just print them out. Yep. Now there is getters and setters for an array list. So if you want to get an individual element of an array, you use getters. But before we can use these correctly, there is a couple other things you need to know. Alright? So we definitely won't be doing them today. Alright? Now, enhanced for loops. They're ideally for array lists. Okay? Enhanced for loops are really for array lists. That's what they're really for. Okay? Even more so than arrays. So, if you want to use an enhanced for loop, so if you want to change this guy into something slightly different, you use an enhanced for loop. So, you go for integer I. It's going through the array, the integer list. And you simply go SYSO.
Because just one minute up. I have to go like okay.
number is I. For size. There we are. Number is 1, number is 4, number is 100, number is 1000. So it's using the integer I to go through the array list of integers. Now if I do this, that works. Okay, that does work, but you're better off making it an integer. Okay, but trust me, it is better off making it an integer. It does work to have an int to go through an array of integers. You're better off making it an integer. You can have issues down the road, as they say. And same for names or string s going through names. I go SISO. Name is plus S. Mary, Kathleen, Sarah, Pat. Okay. And this is the last thing I'm going to do today. So, for arrays, we use the variable len, okay, to get the len of the array. Okay, for Arraylist, we use the method size to get the size of the array list. Okay, and also array list numbering starts at 0. Okay, so both arrays and array lists use the same numbering scheme. They both start at 0. So if you want to use a for loop to go through your array, so print I is equal to 0, I is less than names dot. Sorry? We just did.
No, for the. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you can do. Yeah. Okay. So now, because with an array list, if you're taking records from a database and you're producing objects from records in a database, you might have no idea. With an array, you're probably going to know the size of the array because you've set it. With an array list, more often than not, you're not going to have a clue of the size of your array. Okay, you could have 1,000,000 things in it, you could have 1,000 in it. For instance, if I type in, let me show you here. Now, so let's just say I go to Amazon and I type in, what's something popular? Televisions. What the fuck did that happen? Television. Right? So, all these results. Now, all those results, somewhere, are going to be placed in an array list. Right? It's going to be placed in an array list of size, whatever the amount of results you have coming back. Alright? Now you're not going to know the size. You're not going to know how many coming back. You're not going to know the size the array list is, because some televisions might be in stock, other televisions might not be in stock. So at any one time, you're not going to know how many televisions are going to come back. So to put into an array list, if you know they're in an array list, all you have to do is just go the name of the array list dot size, and it'll get you how many televisions you have. You understand that? Yeah. So there probably could be in an array list all those televisions. All right. Does it give a number anywhere? Let me just see. It doesn't actually say how many have come back to us. All right. Anyway. It said it'll give you the option. Okay. So here what we're doing here is, so with an array list, with an array you're defining the array of a set size. With an array list you've no way, you don't know what size it's going to be. Okay, because it keeps changing its size. So you use the size function to find out how many items are in your array list. Okay, so names.size. Now using, alright, so this is the last thing we're going to do today. Alright, now if you want to access an individual element of an array, alright, if you want to access an individual element of an array, it's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to do. So we have an array called names.size. Shit.
Array list, you said arrays.
Yeah. Dot size. Okay. So this is an array list of size 4. Okay. So that means the numbering goes 0, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Yeah. Now, if I want to get the name of the first person, you have to do this. You have to go names.get, and then you put in 0. Okay, that will get us the name of the first person. We go syso names.get 1. That'll get us the name of the second person. syso names.get 2. That will get us the name of the third person.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm getting that in a minute. Okay, I actually won't get to it today. I won't get to it today. That get 3. Now, there we have 4, Mary, Kathleen, Sarah, Pat. Okay. So if you want to get an individual element of an array list, you have to use get. Alright. Now, if I do names.get 4, I get index out of bounds exception. Okay? It's not array index out of bounds exception, it's index out of bounds exception. Okay? And that's us finished for today. If you're trying to access an element that doesn't exist yet, now it's not because the array can't resize itself, it can, but if you're trying to access an element that doesn't exist yet, you're going to get index out of bounds exception. And that is us finished for this week. Yay! So I will save that recording. Alright. So we started on Arraylist. That's it. So you create an array list. So
to be shackled.
okay, so when you're creating an array list, the keyword is array list. You have to provide a type. Now that's called something called a generic type. Alright. And we don't really cover generics in Java 2, but we will be doing a small bit about them. Alright. So array list, you have to give it a type, you give it a name, then you go new array list string. Now you can give a type here on the right hand side, but you don't have to. Okay, you don't absolutely positively have to give a name on the right hand side. Okay, so you can do this array list, that's the type it is, string list is equal to new array list. Okay, now I showed you the difference. So an array, you go int my array is equal to 34, 56, 78, 99. Whereas when you're creating, and then you go my array 0 is equal to 100. Okay? You can go out of bounds with an array. Now the main difference between an array and an array list is two main differences. The first main difference is that an array list can change its size. That means you can keep adding things onto it forever. Okay? The second main difference between arrays and array lists is that an array list can only take objects, whereas an array can take objects and primitive variables. An array list cannot take primitive variables. So you have array list, string names, you can use arrays, you can take strings. Also, when you're going to an array, you go my array 0 is equal to 1. That's how you add elements to an array. With an array list, we use the method add. Okay, so that's how you add elements to an array list. You go names.add Mary, names.add Kathleen, names.add Sarah, and names.add Pat. Okay, now you don't have to have a loop to print off all the elements of an array list, because an array list has a toString method, and what that does is it automatically prints off all of the names. If it's integers, it'll print off all the integers. If it's dogs, it'll print off all of the dogs. Okay?
No.
Yeah.
Just a quick question here in the add there. Is there a way of adding it in a particular position?
Yeah.
We'll come to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is.
I thought maybe just as
No, I can. Of course I can. So an array list can only take an object, can't take primitives. So go array list int doesn't work. So you're adding numbers to it, whole numbers, array list integer. Okay, if you're adding fractions, array list double. And notice the D, that means it's a wrapper object. Array list character, that means it's a character wrapper object. Now you can add a number to it, but what happens is it sees that that's an int and it wraps it in an integer object. That is called autoboxing. Okay, so when you add a whole number to an array list, it's autoboxed to automatically become an integer. Okay, that is not an int, and when it's inside an array list, that is no longer an int. That is an integer. Okay, so if you're adding a 1, now you can't add a double to an int or list of integers. You can't add. Actually, you can do that. You can't add an integer to a list of doubles. So I'll show that again. Okay, so that's an integer, that's an integer, that's an integer, that's an integer. Now, if you had an array list of doubles, okay, if you had an array list of doubles, or if you had an array of doubles, you can add an int to an array of doubles. Yes? What do you mean by that? I'll just do it quickly down here. If I create double my D array is equal to, so I can add 3.45, I can add 2, and I can add 1. Okay, so we can see here I'm adding a double, I'm adding an int, and I'm adding an int. Okay, you can add an int to an array of doubles because an int will fit inside a double. However, I can't add an int to an array list of doubles. To show you, double list.add. Oops, sorry, I don't want to add all. If I attempt to add the number 2, I get an error. Okay, because this is an array list of double objects. It's not an array list of primitive doubles. Okay, so you can't add this guy here. This is an array list of double objects. Okay, so it cannot take an int. It can take a primitive double, but not a primitive int. Okay, so any wrapper object can take a primitive version of itself. So an integer can take an int. A capital D can take a lowercase d. Okay, a wrapper byte can take a primitive byte. All right, so but you can't add a primitive int to a array list of double wrapper objects. Is that okay, everyone? Okay. So I'm going to comment this guy out. This will not compile. So if you add a character to an array list of characters, it's autoboxed to become a character wrapper object. Then if you want to print them out, you do not need to put them in a loop. That would print off our array list of integers. This will print off our array list of doubles. This will print off our array list of characters. Okay. Now, if you want to, you can use an enhanced for loop to go through an array list. You have to say for integer I is equal to integer or integer list. So it's using this variable here to go through this array list of integers. It's using this string here to go through this array list of strings. Now you can also use so size. Size will get you so it's if you want to find the length of an array, you use dot length, and that's a parameter. Okay, so I'll explain that. So if you want, you go. If you have an array, you go. So you have an array called my array. You go my array dot length, and it's not a method, it's a parameter of the array. Okay, if you have an array list, my list dot size. Okay, they both is that will get the length of the array. So if you've got 4 numbers in your array, that's going to be 4. This guy here, if you've got 4 numbers in your array list, that's going to give you 4. Yes? Okay. So, first, we can go here. This is just an ordinary loop for int I is equal to 0. Now, it's array numbering with array lists. For int I is equal to 0, I is less than names.size, I plus plus. Now, I should have done this first maybe here. Names.size, that will get you the size of the array. Now, if you want to get a particular element in an array, so names.get at index position 0. Names, what are my 4 names? My 4 names are, go up here, Mary, Kathleen, Sarah, and Pat. Okay, so this is going to be Mary. This is going to be Kathleen. This is going to be Sarah. And this is going to be Pat. So if you want to get now, so you can't go like you could with an array names I or name 0. That does not work. Okay, that's only for arrays. That does not work with array lists. You have to use the get method to get. So this is names at index position 0. This is names, it's going to get the name at index position 1. This is names, it's going to get the name at index position 2. This is names, it's going to get the name at index position 3. Now, if I attempt to get a array list position that does not exist, that is going to give us a list index out of bounds exception. Okay, so just to show you that error that crops up. There, sorry, index out of bounds exception. Okay, that gives us index out of bounds exception because that position does not exist yet. Okay, so this gives us index out of bounds exception. Okay, now with an array, that's a different exception than from an array. Array gives us array index out of bounds exception. This gives us index out of bounds exception. An array gives us array index out of bounds exception. That's another exam question that usually comes up. Alright, it'll give you the option. You'll have an array, it goes out of bounds, and it'll say this gives index out of bounds exception. No, it does not. Index out of bounds exception applies to array lists. Array index out of bounds applies to arrays. Is that okay, everyone? Okay. Now, so if this gets us the first position, this gets us the second, this gets us the third, this gets us the fourth. You can also do a loop to go through each item in your array list. So names.getI, so that changes, starts off at 0, then it goes to 1, then it goes to 2, then it goes to 3. So that will print off Mary, Kathleen, Sarah and Pat as well. Yes? Okay. Right. Now, so that brought us down to here. So comment on that. Doesn't work. Now, so just give me a second. So I previously created a dog class. So could you just open up your dog class a minute? And we're going to modify it a bit. We're going to go int age, string name, and we're going to have a constructor in the class that takes a age and a name. Okay, so I'm going to go dog, int age, string name, this.age is equal to age, this.name is name. And it's no harm to put a blank constructor in there as well. Now, so, but before we do anything with the dogs, so you've seen how you can add you just add an object after one another. Okay. Now, we can see that our names list here, it goes Mary, Kathleen, Sarah and Pat, just to make sure that it does. Yeah, Mary, Kathleen, Sarah and Pat. Okay. Now, if we want to add in a new name at an existing position, okay, how do we do that? Okay, so we're going to go names dot add, and at position 2 we're going to add in the new string. We're going to put in the string Laura. And then we're going to print off names. So with Laura edit. Now, it doesn't overwrite what's in position 2. Okay, this is an important thing to consider. Alright? Now, what it does, it doesn't overwrite Sarah. Okay? What it does is it puts Laura in here. Okay? So Laura becomes names at position, index position 2. Sarah goes down to 3, and Pat is put in a new position 4. Do you see that? So put this down here. Okay. So here's our list. Mary, Kathleen, Sarah, and Pat. So that's at position 0. That's at position 1, position 2, and position 3. Okay. So what happens is put in the name Laura. Laura goes at position 2. It moves Sarah down position 3, and it creates a brand new position 4 for Pat. Yes? Is that okay? Can you see that Iggy down there?
Yeah.
Okay. Mary, Kathleen, Laura, Sarah, Pat. So put it in here. So adding the name Laura at position 2. This adds an extra this at position 2, and every name after this is moved an extra position. So our array list now has a new index position 4 and reads Mary, Kathleen, Laura, Sarah, Pat. Is everyone okay with that? Yeah? Simple enough. Now, I'm going to create 3 dogs. Okay? You're going to create first dog that uses the blank constructor. Second dog uses the constructor that takes a int and a string. And last dog that takes a blank. So, uses blank dog constructor. Uses dog constructor that takes int string, and uses blank dog constructor. Now, so we're going to create an array list of dogs. So I'm going to go array list dog list is equal to new array list. So we're going to add our dogs to the array list. So I go dog list dot add spot, dog list dot add rex. Oops, sorry. Dog list dot add Lassie. And we're going to add a new dog. We do dog list dot add new dog. Now you are allowed to do that. Okay. Now that means that the dog inside here has got two references. It's got the reference spot, and it's also got the reference dog list dot get 0. Okay, so this particular dog has got two references. He's got the reference spot, and he's also got the reference, the first item in the dog list array list is the same dog. Okay, so this particular dog here has got two references. It's got the reference spot and dog list dot get 0. That will get you the same dog. Similar for rex and dog list 1. This dog here, Lassie, and dog list dot get 2. Now this last dog here only has one reference. Okay, you can only get at him one way. The only way you can get at him is to go dog list dot get 3. Okay, he doesn't have his own reference. He doesn't have a name reference. Spot, rex, and Lassie. Dog list 1 or dog list 0, dog list 2, dog list 0, dog list 1, dog list 2. The last dog can only be got out through one reference. Yes? Okay. Now, so here's our array of dogs.
Sorry, you created spot.
Yeah.
Like with no reference.
Spot does have a reference.
I mean, like nothing in brackets. Sorry.
Yeah.
And we have Rex.
Yeah.
With H3 and name Rex.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have new dog.
Down.
Position 3.
Yeah.
Can we like? It have nothing in bracket, yes.
Yeah. Nothing in bracket, no.
Can we add it? Like say now a new dog and say 5 and
Well, you can do this.
Julia or whatever.
So you want to give this dog a name and an age.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, what you do is the following. You can only get at him through the array list. So dog list dot get this is 3 dot name is equal to Benji. That's how you do it. Okay. Dog list dot get 3 dot name. So you're accessing the name variable of the last dog on our list, and you're giving it a name of Benji. Okay.
That's only temporary, but don't get just fetches it, doesn't actually. Or
But sorry, now constructor is age and name.
temporarily assigned.
Sorry? Oh, it is assigning the name.
Is it only temporary though?
No, it's not.
I thought don't get just fetches it and disappear.
I mean, if you go like this. Well, see, the dot set is different. Okay. That does change the name of the dog.
Right, okay, yeah.
Okay. That does change the name of the dog.
That does as well.
Well, this one here, dog list dot sect.
Yes,
Yeah.
that does, yeah.
Yeah,
The get there as well.
it does in that combination. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So we're not going to do sets quite yet. Right, so
But sorry, can we do like this because we need like age probably because now constructors wanted a string and
Well,
and here only
no.
string.
What you're saying here is, can I use the constructor after I creating a new dog? Can I use the other constructor to give it an age and a name? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, but we give only name.
Yeah.
Without ages.
But this dog here, you want to give it an age and a name? Is that what you're saying? Do you want to give it both?
Yes, but now we give only name.
Yeah.
It will not be some exception or whatever because it don't have age.
No, it's
It's
fine. That means, right, well, remember that when you use this constructor, it's not that it doesn't have a name, it's that its name is set to null. It's not that it doesn't have an age.
But actually, age not set to null as well.
No, age is set to 0 because it's not an object. If one of your attributes is an object, if you don't give it a value, it's given the default value of null. If it's a number, let's say int age, it's going to be 0. That dog has an age of 0.
Yes, but if you will go to Rex, yes, and
Yeah.
give him like age,
Yeah.
So it's an error.
No.
Oh, wait, no, I tried to remove age. It's now in red. Everything.
What do you
remove
mean?
the age.
You remove the age of Rex?
Yes.
What do you mean you remove it? You mean you set it to
Down
0?
there, up. Second line.
Oh yeah. That's going to be an error. Okay, because this guy here, there's only 2 constructors in the dog class. There's one constructor in the dog class, one that takes nothing, one that takes an int and a string. So if you try to do this, if I remove the age, that's going to give an error.
No, here I understand that like in new dog, Benji, we're not providing age. So like
Here, yeah, but that's not creating a dog. Okay, that's not creating a dog. That's only changing the name of the dog. Okay. So that's only this is not creating a dog.
we created the blind constructor and I name is it.
Yeah, so this dog was already created. Okay, and has the default name of null. So here we are changing the name of this dog to Benji. Yeah? Is that okay?
Sorry, let's see, we created like these dogs, yes? But what point you create sport, rest, rest?
Oh, you create
Why
spot.
not
See here,
create new
here.
dog, like 10 times?
Yeah, no. So this guy here, that's creating that dog. That's creating that dog. That's creating that dog.
I know, but if we will do new dog 10 times, we will have
The new-
10
new dogs.
dogs
Yeah.
which accessible to 0, 1 or 2.
Well, if you create, right, so you have 1, 2, 3. So that's the first dog created. There's our second dog created. That's our third dog created. Okay, all you're doing is you're just putting the first dog into here, into the array list, putting the second dog into this array list, putting the third dog into this array list. This is creating a brand new dog and it's putting it into the array list. That's when our fourth dog is created.
I understand this, but what point to create all this like long line like dog, sport, equal new dog and all this? It's much more simpler like dog list, add new dog and you can repeat 10 times.
Yeah, but I want to show you can do it. Okay? There's no use in saying, why don't we use it this way? If you don't know how to use this way, you have to show people how to do these things. Okay? Is it always? And if you have an existing object, that's how you add it to an array list. This does not add an existing object. This creates a new object and adds it to the list, which is different from this. This is adding an existing dog to an array list of dogs, whereas this is doing 2 things. This is creating a new dog and adding it to the array list. This is just adding an existing dog to an array list. Okay, so both of those ways are valid. Right? That's not always the best way. That's not always the best way. It depends on what you're trying to get your program to do. If you're getting your objects from somewhere else, then you have to do that. So some other program that's producing objects that you're adding to the array list, then you have to assign them to something. You have them here. If you don't have access to their constructors, you can't do it. Okay? You can only do that if you have access to the constructors of a class. And in a lot of the cases, you're not going to have that access. Okay?
Just one question. If you change the value of an object in an array list,
Yep.
Go through the placement, it's also changed the reference outside it, doesn't it? Like say spot here, for example. If you went in and changed spot, say spot equals something else.
Right.
Harry, then or
Right.
change spot, then
We're gonna do cats. We'll show you the cats. Okay? Because we are going to do that.
okay.
Okay? So now just give me a second. Now, so we've added our 4 dogs to our array list. Okay? Now, if I do this, now what that prints off, so what's happening here is that it looks, so the Arraylist class itself has a toString method. Okay? The Arraylist class itself has the toString method. And what the toString method the Arraylist class will do, it'll attempt to print out these guys. Okay? Now what it does is it looks inside the dog class for a toString method. There isn't a toString method inside the dog class. So what happens is it takes the object's toString method. Okay, the object class toString method, which just prints off the address. So that's the address of Spot, that's the address of Rex, that's the address of Lassie, that's the address of the 4th dog in our list. Okay, so the array list has a toString method, and what that does is it looks inside the objects class for a toString method to see can print it out. There is no toString method inside the dog class, so what does it do? The dog class takes a toString method from the object class, which just prints out the address. Yeah? So I'm just going to put in that comment. Okay, so the Arraylist class has a toString method. Which takes the toString method of the objects contained within the array list and attempts to print out that object. The dog class has no toString method, which means it takes the object class toString method and prints out the address of the object. Now it's not the actual address, but we'll call it the address. Alright, that's the handiest thing to call it. It's just a number based on where it is on your machine. That's what that is. Okay, that's just a number that's produced based on where the variable is stored in your machine, I think. Alright, so we'll say it's just the address. So this prints out 4 addresses. Now, And you get the same thing if you use an enhanced for loop. So for dog d dog list, and you go dog address is oops, there it is, dog address is blah blah blah. Okay, now we're going to go to the cat class. So just wait 11 is that done. So we go to the cat class, and we'll go up here. Now, our cat is going to have an age. Our cat is going to have a name. Our cat is also going to have a final int ID. And it's going to have a static int counter equal to 0. So we're going to have a cat. It's just going to take int age, string name, and we're going to go this.age is equal to age, this.name is equal to name, counter plus plus, ID is equal to counter. And we're also going to have a blank cat. Okay, why is that going like that now? Why is that giving me an error? Huh.
Oh, because it's fine, was it?
Yeah. So we'll just take that out. Okay, yeah, that's a strong JSON, thanks.
If final is supposed to be in every constructor, yes.
Well, yeah, because if I do that, okay, that means it's possible to create a cat without giving a value to this guy. And you can't have a final variable without giving, you can't create a cat without somehow giving a value to ID. So I will create a blank constructor, but inside it what I will do counter plus plus, and I will go ID is equal to counter. Okay. Now, so I'm going to create a toString method. Now, toString methods of a class, they always are public. They always have a return type of string. They always have the name toString. They always take nothing. Okay, so you can type it out if you want, but an easy way to do it is just go to source, generate toString. Age, name, ID. Yep, that's what I want to print out. So that'll print off the age, the name, and the ID of the cat. Right. So I'll just double check on something there. Now we are going to create 4 cats. So first cat. Tibbles is equal to new cat. We're going to give it an age of 4. I'm going to give it a name of Tibbles. Cat Fluffy. New cat. We're going to go 2 and Fluffy. Then we're going to go cat Lucifer is equal to new cat. And then we're going to go cat Tom is equal to new cat. Yes, I do not like cats. Tom. Now we're going to create an array list of cats. Cat list is equal to new array list. Cat. And then we're going to add 4 cats to start off with. Cat list.add Tibbles. Next one, cat list.add Fluffy. And cat list.add Lucifer. And cat list.add Tom. And cat list.add. We're going to add in a 5th cat.
So you can go through the path.
Yep.
Okay.
Cat list.add new cat. We're going to use the blank constructor. Now, so we've added 5 cats to it, all right? And then if I just put it in a print statement, now, so what happens here? Okay, save cat. Now, this puts a 2 string inside a 2 string. So it calls the array list. Now, obviously, it doesn't look very pretty. So what you do in that situation is you change the 2 string method inside your cat class to make it more readable. Okay, so it's saying cat age is equal to 4, name is equal to Tibbles, ID is equal to 1. Cat age is equal to 2, name is equal to Fluffy, ID is equal to 2. Cat age, so this is our third cat which uses the blank constructor. So it doesn't give an age, it doesn't give a name. So you can see that the default values are going to be 0 and null. Okay, ID is 3. Fourth cat, which is age is 12, name is Tom. The last cat, I haven't given it a name or I haven't given it an age. It prints off age is equal to 0, name is equal to null, ID is equal to 5. Okay, so what does this do? This takes the 2 string method for each cat and prints out the details of the cat. The cat class does have a toString method. So this will print out the 4 cats, ages, and names. Now I don't like that toString method inside the cat class, so I'm going to change it a bit. Okay, I'm going to change it a bit because it just looks too confusing. So I'm going to go in here. Now it's returning a string, so I am going to say cat. So that will give you the ID of the cat. Start here. So got that, put in that right. And I always prefer letters. So cat age is plus age, name is, I don't need to put in the ID. Okay, so cat 1, age is 2, name is Tibbles. Okay, let's show you that it'll come out like that. There it is. Cat 1 age is 4. Now I don't have. Should have a space. Cat age is. Cat 1 age is 4, name is Tibbles. Cat 2 age is 2, name is Fluffy. Cat 3 age is 0, name is Null. Cat 4 is 12, name is Tom. Cat 5 age is 0, name is Null. Everyone okay with that? Okay, so that is calling the Arraylist toString method. Looks for each of the objects toString method. Okay, so that is a hell of a lot easier than an array. Or if you're in C, what you'd have to have there is a 2-dimensional array. If you're using C, you'd have to have a 2-dimensional array. You'd have, that'd be one row. Sorry, so 1, 2. You'd have 5 2-dimensional arrays. If you tried to do that in C, you'd have 5 2-dimensional arrays. Alright? Here we just have 5 objects. It's a lot easier. Is everyone okay with that? Is everyone okay with that? Right, now Kieran, you were saying, I actually don't know the answer to this, so we're going to find out if I forget. Okay? So, our first cat. Yeah, I think the same rule applies to this, as far as I can remember. Okay, so our first cat has an age of 4 and a name of Tibbles, right? So I am going to change the name of the first cat. Okay. Now I'm going to go. So the first cat is Tibbles. So I'll go Tibbles dot name is equal to, what's a name for a cat?
Morningstar.
No.
You said Lucifer.
No. Huh?
Pussy.
Okay. Tibbles name is equal to our puss. Puss.
E.
Okay. So Tibbles dot name is puss. Alright. So that means if I go syso Tibbles dot name, the name is puss. Okay. If I print off my arrays of cats, the name is puss. Yeah? Now, if I change, so we know it's the same cat because we can see the IDs of them. Okay, just to prove that, So tibbles.id, the ID is 1, and we can see when we print out the array list, the ID is also 1. Yes? Okay, so same cat. Now, if I change what tibbles refers to, okay, so I got tibbles is equal to new cat. Okay, so that means that our new cat has ID of, I go plus tibbles dot ID. Is everyone okay with that? See that there? What I've done is I've set tibbles to be a new cat. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I go to the array list and I print off the array list, still cat with the ID of number 1. Okay? So if you change what one of the cats refers to, so if you change the it's the same rule that applies to arrays. Okay? If you change the, so here's our cat list. Okay? Cat list 0 and tibbles refer to the same cat. Okay? Now, it's a cat that lives in a particular position. Okay? So, 4 and tibbles. Now, if I change the name of tibbles to puss, still refer to the same cat. Okay? So, tibbles dot name is puss, catlist 0 dot name is puss as well. Yeah? Right. Now, if I come along and I say tibbles is no longer going to be puss, it's going to be a brand new cat. Okay? Which has an ID. So, this is an ID of 1, by the way. Okay? ID 1. So, I say tibbles is a new cat with an ID of 6. Okay? That means that
Why is it 6 rather than 5?
because I have 5 cats in the array list.
45.
Yeah. Okay, so tibbles is a new cat with an ID of 6. Okay, that means that tibbles now is a brand new cat. Okay, but you can still get at the original cat with ID 0 through cat list, with ID of 1 through the first item in the array list. Okay, so if you assign a cat, a new cat, to one of the references, that means you have 2 different references to 2 different cats. Is that okay? The exact same, it's the same rules with arrays. Okay, so there's no difference with rules for array lists and arrays. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you have 50 different references to the one object, if one of those references changes the age, then it's reflected amongst all the references. If you change one of the references, if it's equal to a new object, well, that's creating a brand new object. So now you have 49 references to the one object, and you have 1 reference to a new object. That's the way it goes. Yes?
And it's in the heap memory or in the circle?
It's in the heap. Yeah, it's in the heap. Okay? Wouldn't mean the string pool, because it's string pools only for strings, and this is a cat. Okay? Now, so just say we're here, same rule as arrays. We can access first cat through variable tibbles or cat list dot get 0. Okay, we can access first cat through variable tables or cat list dot get 0. If we change the name of tables, it also changed for cat list 0 as they are the same cat. Okay, if we assign a new cat to tables, that means that cat list 0 still refers to the cat with the ID of 1, and tables now refers to the new cat with the ID of 6. Now, so this is ID of 6. First cat is an ID of 1. Right. So you can print off all of the cats in a cat list by just putting in cat list. It's going to call the toString method of the cat class, and it's going to print out all the details of the cat. So you can do that, or you can use an enhanced for loop, or you can use an ordinary for loop. So I'll just use an enhanced for loop for cat C, cat list, print out C. Okay, same thing. This prints off all the items of the cat, and just like in a ordinary array, if I quickly create another method in the cat class, I'm going to go void eat, and I'm going to say syso, I'm going to say name plus cat name is eating. So Tibbles, cat name is eating, Fluffy, cat name is eating, Null, cat name is eating, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go back to, so that's eat method. I'm going to go back to the examples class. So we can see C, that prints off the details of the cat, and then we can go C dot eat. It's going to call the eat method of each cat. There we are. Puss cat name is eating, Fluffy cat name is eating, Null cat name is eating, Tom cat name is eating, Null cat name is eating. Is that okay?
With Arraylist, is there an access? Is it always public or?
Or you can. Right. So it's just a variable, right? So the same rules apply to, it can't be public or private inside a method, okay? But you can have, so let's say if you have a cat here, you can have Arraylist cat litter, okay? Now, that is allowed. Okay. Now that can be public, private. It can be public. Yeah. It can be whatever you want it to be, as long as it's still just an object. Okay. So if it's inside the method, it doesn't have any access levels. If it's an attribute, you can have any access level you want it. Okay. Now,
Can we go for more?
you can go for a fake. Go on. So I'll stop the recording. So here's the recording started. Now, as I've already said, when you're making an array list, the keyword is array list, and you have to give it a type. Okay, that's what you're doing in there. You have to give it a type. All right. So that thing there is called a type. So yeah, I am. So array list dog, array list cat. Okay. Now you have to. So array list type the name. So array list dog, dog list. Okay. Now that's on the left hand side. On the right hand side, you just have to go new array list. Now for the type, you don't have to put the type in there. You can, you don't have to. Oops, two of these open. Hold on a second. A second here. I have two of these let's open. I'll open it again. Right. So when you go array list, Jesus, what's happened to it now? Alright, sorry about that. Just give me a minute now again. I opened up the wrong one. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. Oh, it's better. No, finally. Okay, so when you're creating your array list, do it again. Array list dog list is equal to new array list. Don't give it a type. Right, so the name, the type, or sorry, the data type, the type that's going to be inside your array list, and the name. Okay, that's what goes on the left hand side. Now, if you don't give it a type, so you can do something like this. You can go array list all obj list is equal to new array list. Now explain what this thing is. Now what is this? So put up here, if you don't specify a type for an array list like below, you are creating an array list of type object, and the same rules that apply to arrays of objects apply to array list of objects. So you can add any object to this array list, but it is limited what you can do with it, as you can only work with methods of the object class. So I can go, I'm going to add a couple of different objects to it. obj.list.add. I'm going to go the number 2. obj.list.add boolean true. obj.list.add string apple. obj.list.add the double 2.34, 23.4. obj.list.add the existing dog spot. obj.list.add the existing dog or the existing cat Fluffy. Okay, so now each one, so the object class does have a toString method. So if it knows that, that means it will check each one of its classes for a toString method. That will print true. That will print, that will print 2. That will print true. This will print apple. This will print 23.4. The dog class does have a toString. The dog class does not have a toString method, so it's only going to print the address of the dog. The cat class does have toString methods, so it's going to print off all the details of the cat. So I'm going to show you here. obj.list. There it is. 2 true apple 2.34. That's our dog. That's the toString method for the cat. Now there's no such thing as a 2-dimensional array list. Okay? There's no such thing as a 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional array list. Why do you think so? Why do you think there isn't a 2-dimensional or a 3-dimensional array list?
Well, you wouldn't be able to access it, like that's hard, or you wouldn't be able to.
Well, you'd imagine you could. There'd be something like you'd have 2 little brackets rather than 1 bracket. You'd have get 1, get 2. Array lists are only for objects. Okay? And if you use objects, you don't need to use 3-dimensional arrays. You don't need to use 2-dimensional arrays. Okay? Objects are far, far, far easier than 2-dimensional arrays. Okay? Anything you can do with a 2-dimensional array, you can do with objects. Anything you can do with a 3-dimensional array, you can do with objects. Alright? Now, 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional arrays, they are quicker. Okay, there's no doubt about that. They are quicker. But they're a bitch to use. Okay, so if speed is of the essence, then you probably would be using 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional arrays. Now, even at that, unless you're working for weather forecasting, uses an awful lot of processing power. Alright? So if you're doing something to do with weather forecasting, then you can see yourself using 2 and 3-dimensional arrays. But for the vast majority of programming, you don't need to use them. Is that okay, everyone? Yeah? And you can add anything to that array list. You can add at any position as well. Yes? Okay. Right. So that's that example done. So we're going to. So this is end of EX1.
could you add another object list, array list within that?
You can. I just want to make sure now to see do I have it here. If I don't, I'll have to do it here just a second now. Yeah, there's something called add all, which I'll be covering in not this example, but the next example. Okay. Yes, you can add an array list to an array list. Yeah, you can add an array to an array list. So int of ex1. Just a second. Okay, so we're going to do static void ex2. Now, so this is just basically going over the gets again, but it's no harm to go over them again. But the first thing we're going to do here is the long comment. So when you create an array list, what is happening is that in the background an array is being created that is of size, now I think it's size 16. Okay, I think it's size 16. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'll Google it at Jordan lunch. Okay, when you create an array list, what is happening is that in the background an array is being created that is of size 16, and this is used to store your values. If your array list has no more than 16 items in it. Okay, so with an array list, what happens in the background is it automatically creates an array of size 16. So as you're adding stuff to your array list, it's actually adding it to this array which is of size 16, right? Now, as soon as you go over size 16, so here's your array list. Okay, and in the background you have an array of size 16. Okay, so if I add 10 numbers, okay, those 10 numbers are added in there, and still 6 more positions. If I add in 15 numbers, they're all put in. So if I keep adding in one number, it's still going into the same array. A new array hasn't to be created. Okay, if I add in 16 numbers, they still all fit in that array. Now, as soon as I add one more number, 17, what happens is it creates a brand new array in the background of size 17, and it copies all of those values into it. That array is like garbage collection. If we add another number to it, in the background it's creating an array of size 18. Copies all of the existing array into it, and that one is liable for garbage collection. So if you have an array list with 1,000,000 items in it, what you have, right, easier for myself, if you have an array list with 100 items in it, okay, what you've had in the background is that you've had 84 arrays being created, okay, in the background. If you had 1,000,000 items in your array list, what you will have is 999,000 984 arrays being created in the background. Okay? And the last array will be of size 1 million. Okay? But the one before that will be 999,999 of size.
Is there a way of peeking at it to see how much space is available? Or that's what's allocated on the half?
Well, you don't need to peek at it because it sets a size to whatever size. So if you're at the 16 items in your array list, you add one to it. In the background, there is another array of size 17 created to store your numbers. If you add one more number to that, another array is being created of size 18. Okay? Now, so what I'm trying to get across here is that array lists, yes, they are great, but if you're storing a lot of numbers, you will notice a performance issue. Okay? Because think about it, you're juggling arrays of size 1 million. You're copying all your stuff from one array of size 999,000 to another array of 1 million. If you add one more to it, you're copying all the items in the array of 1 million to an array of 1,000,001 and putting one into that array. So if you have a lot of numbers, I don't know about array lists, okay? Basically what I'm saying is, if you are sure that, let's say you have a program and you're absolutely positive that you're not going to have anything more than 1,000 objects in it. Alright? Then what you do is you create an array of size 1,000. Alright? If you're absolutely sure that there's going to be no more than 1,000 objects in this array, then you just create, rather than creating an array list, you create an array of 1,000. Alright? Now, array lists are good and everything, but they're more for smaller numbers, items, smaller amounts of things. If you have large amounts, you're probably better off going with arrays. Is that okay, everyone? Yes? And if you have arrays, if each one of those objects is a complex object, let's say there's lots of variables inside it, there's maybe even arrays inside it, there might be even array lists inside it, then you probably are better off going with arrays. Okay? And if you're sure you're not going to have any more than 1,000 numbers, now you might only use 500 of those positions. That's still better than having an array that's array list that's creating stuff in the background. Is that okay? Now with Java 11, there is a new thing that's coming in with array lists that makes them a lot more efficient. Okay? So yes, this sort of applies, but with Java 11, there's something that came in. Now I'm only just learning it myself, so I'm not 100% sure how it works yet. But array lists become an awful lot more efficient. But for Java 8, you just need to know array lists do use up a fair amount of power. Is that okay, everyone? So, when you create an array list, what is happening is that in the background an array is being created that is size 16, and this is used to store your values of array list has no more than 16 items in it. So as soon as you are storing more than 16 items in an array list, a new array is created in the background of size 17.
No.
Yeah.
See, if you were creating an array list with all the names here on the class,
Yeah.
you were putting them in, but you want to keep them by the letter. So
Yeah.
all the place goes
Yeah.
together. Would that be complicated? Is it a lot of problems?
With arrays it would be. With array lists it isn't.
Isn't it?
No. There's something called comparable and comparator. right?
These are packages, libraries.
No, they're interfaces. Okay, so you can order your lists of whatever you want, and there's linked lists, there's hash maps, there's hash sets. All of those can be used as well, and you can order them whatever way you want. So you could order them, let's say if you have a load of dogs, you can order them by age. Or alternatively, you could do an SQL query on a database and you let that organize them for you. So there's several different ways of doing it. As soon as you store more than 16 items in the array list, a new array is created in background of size 17. Okay. If you add one more, an array of size 18 is created. And so on for each item you.
So does that create memory stack of duplicate arrays, or does it delete the array and create a new?
No, it doesn't. Remember, so what happens is it's liable for garbage collection.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's not referenced.
yeah. Well, I mean, we can't directly reference these arrays anyway. You can only access them through the array list, but they are there. Okay, it is happening in the background. All right. So if you have added 50 items to your array list, 50 plus 60, that means you have an array list of size 66. Now I think it's 16, even though I've wrote down here 10, but I'm nearly certain it's 16, because that would make sense, hexadecimal. Okay, it doesn't go by decimals usually. So I will check that. Now, so when I do this here, so if I go array list, and it's an array list of double wrapper objects, and I call it dlist is equal to new array list. Okay, so the array in the background here is of size 16. Now, array lists are still very useful. There's loads of methods in array lists, particularly now if you come on to Java 2, as Kieran was talking to Kieran about something there, about sorting your array lists. Alright? To sort arrays is a pain in the arse. Right? To sort array lists, it's a lot easier. Alright? So, and sorting is important. Alright? So, one way around of ensuring that your array list doesn't have to be swapping out and creating new arrays is that you can give the array that's operating in the background an initial size. Okay, so by default it's 16. As I said, I'll have to check that, but I'm nearly certain it's 16. You can give an initial size to the array that's operating in the background. Okay, and you can do it like this. So I go, it's array list integer int list is equal to new array list and you have your brackets here, so that when you have those order brackets, it means something can go inside them. So what can go inside them? Okay, so that makes your array list a lot more efficient. Right, so my recommendation to you is, if you're going to be using array lists, try and know the uppermost number you're going to have in your array list and put it in there. Alright, these make your array lists considerably faster. Alright, because that means that can accommodate 50 numbers, no problem. There might be only 5 numbers in your array list. Alright, or there might be 20 numbers in your array list, but this does make it quicker. If you're sure that there's going to be no more than 50 numbers in your array list, do that. Alright, so with that you've got the speed of an array and all the useful methods of the array list. Now the main useful one of the array list, just see if I can get it here, is this guy. It's called sorting. That's what you're talking about here and there.
Yeah.
Okay, now they're a small bit complicated, but when you get them working, they make your sorting way easy. Alright, there's a load of methods that are very useful in the array list. Okay, there's a lot of them there. Okay, so what is this doing here? So you can set the size of the initial array in the Arraylist class. This means the initial array in the background will be of size 50. And now you can go to your lunch. Remember? Alright, so I'm going to quickly create 3 cats for myself. Okay. Huh? Well, same section, which was. You're still in 4.4, I'm in EX2. Okay. I'm going to create 4 cats. So, a minute. Okay, so I'm going to get my 4 cats. She's recording, so I'm going to create my second cat. Cat Tom is equal to new cat and then I create an array list of cats.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 cats. 3 cats. Be fine. Cat list. New array list. And I'm going to add my 3 cats to this array list. oops, add, and last cat. Now, if you just want to print out the details of the cat, you can just put, of all those cats, you can put those cats into a print statement. You can put cat list into print statement because we've got a two-string method. Now, if you want to do something with each one of the cats, you have to put them into a loop. All right. Now, two types of recommended loops you can use. First of all, you can use an enhanced for loop, or sorry, just an ordinary for loop. Print I is equal to 0. I is less than cat list dot size I plus plus. So you can do this. This one will go cat list dot get. What you do if you want to get something, you say get index, and I want to go I. So that will call the two-string method for Tibbles. We'll call the two-string method for Fluffy. We'll call the two-string method for Tom. Okay, it'll print all the details of the cat. Let's just say we want to print off the name of each cat. Name of cat is, we go like this, we go cat list dot get I dot name. Okay, what will that do? This will get the name of each cat in the list. Now, if you want each cat to call each cat as an eat method, we go cat list dot get I dot eat. Okay, so what will that do? So this part here, that's going to be each cat. So first one, that's to be Tibbles, then it'll become Fluffy, then it'll become Tom. Okay, so that's the equivalent of Tibbles.eat, Fluffy.eat, Tom.eat. Similar here, it's equivalent to going Tibbles.eat, Tibbles.name, Fluffy.name, and Tom.name. Okay, so we're using the get statement to get the cat, and then we're calling a method eat for the cat, then we're accessing the attribute name for each cat. So what's this doing here? This will call the eat method for each cat. Now, if you don't want to use a loop, I'll just put it in here as well. Using loop to access cats in list. Okay. Now, that's using an ordinary for loop. We can also use an enhanced for loop to do all of this. How do we do that? So we go for cat C, cat list. So if we want to print out each cat, just put that in there. If we want to get the name of each cat, and we just go c.name. If we want each cat to call the eat method, we just go c.eat. Okay, both these loops do the exact same things. All right. This loop performs exactly the same way as above. Okay. So if you don't want to use gets, some people find gets confusing. If you don't want to use them, you can use an enhanced for loop instead. Alright. Now, an enhanced for loop does have limitations when it comes to array lists, which we'll be doing in the next example. Namely, that you can't change what a cat refers to. What do you mean by that? In the next example, we're going to be changing each one of the cats. As we're going through the loop, we're going to be assigning a cat to a new cat. Alright? You can do that in an ordinary for loop. You can't do it in an enhanced for loop. You have to use something called an iterator instead. And you don't want to use those things. Alright? Because they just make things too complicated. There is something called an iterator that I don't cover at all. Alright? Why? Because they're just really, really awkward to use. But, so, here we're using a for loop to get each cat. Here we're using a for loop to get the name of each cat. Here we're using the for loop to get call the eat method for each cat. This one performs the exact same way. It's saying the cat C is going to be Tibbles. So this will print out the details of Tibbles. This is going to be Tibbles.name. This is going to be Tibbles.eat. Then we have Tom. So C becomes Tom. So this prints out the details of Tom. This is going to be C.name, which is Tom. And this is going to be Tom the cat eating, or whatever our third cat. It's going to print out all these details. So these two loops perform the exact same way. This is just a bit tidier code. That's the only difference really. There. Is that okay there, everyone? Yeah? Okay. Right, now that's that section done. It's only a small section. So we're going to do static void ex3 is the next one. So this is end of ex2. And we do static void ex3. So now we're going to be doing a couple of methods of the Arraylist class. Right, to start off with, we're going to create an array list of integers. I'm going to call it int list is equal to new array list integer. Now I'll just put it in differently this time to show you that you can do this. Okay, you don't have to do it, but you can do it. Right, now we're going to add 4 numbers to this array list. So we're going to go int list.add. Oops. Add. I'm going to add the number 1. Int list.add. To show you can do this, new integer. 2. Oops, it's add, not add all. Int list.add 3 and int list.add 4. Now, so just to show you what it looks like, so this way. So now we're going to be using what's called a set method. So before we change the before set, it's going to look like this. So this is now print int list. I'm just going to go here. So I'll print off 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes? I'm okay with that? Yeah. Nothing to. So what we're going to do now, you can use the get method to change the numbers in this if you want. Okay? but the recommended way you do it is to use what's called a set method. Okay, so put in the comment here first. So in an array list, if you want to reassign values, you can use the set method. Okay, the set method takes two values. Okay, the index position of the object you want to change and what you are changing the new object to. Now, the important thing about set is set does not add extra elements to an array list. It replaces an existing element. Okay, so you can only use set if a number already exists there. Okay, so we already have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we're going to replace each one of those numbers. Okay, I'm going to replace each one of those numbers. So we go int list dot set. So at position 0, I'm going to replace it with the number 1000 with int list dot set at the second, so position 1, I'm going to replace it with the number 2000. Now at position 2, which is the index position, if that's the third position in an array, I'm going to replace that with 3000. And the last position in the array, you're going to replace it with 4000. And to prove that it does, after set, there they are, 1000, 2000, 3000. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes, I have a small question.
Yeah.
You remember you said was like when you're making array list,
Yeah.
it would be more than 16. You just it's better to count some
Yeah.
amount of. But let's say it's no, you put 17.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and you have like 20.
20 numbers.
Yes, 20 numbers. So actually, I try it. It shows all 20 numbers.
It will, yeah.
So what point?
No, but the array in the background.
Ah.
There's an array in the background. That's when you're setting the size at the very start. You're setting the array that's running in the background. Okay, it's not setting the size of the array list, because the array list is going to be whatever size. If you've got 15 things in, it's going to be 15. If you've got 1000 in, it's going to be 1000. So the array list takes the size of whatever the amount of items you have in it. Okay, so if we come along here, print it off, you can see it's 1000, 2000, 3000. Okay. Now, if you want to change at a particular position, you can also do that. Okay, so, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing, sure. Sorry about that. That's what we're doing. Okay, so int list set 0, 1000, int list set 1, 2000, so on and so forth. Now, if you want to change each number in your, right, here's what I want to try to do. So there's our numbers: 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000. I want you to do me a loop that'll double each one of those numbers. Do a loop that'll double each one of those numbers. Okay. Actually, that's unfair to ask you to do now. Hold on a second. All right, yeah, don't bother doing that. Okay, don't bother doing that for a second now. I'm going to show you something here. Okay. Okay, so I'll put this up on the screen. Right, so our numbers are originally 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and 4,000. Okay, what's this guy going to produce?
It's actually adding same number.
What's it adding?
The first one will be 2,000.
4. Well, 0 starts out, it's supposed to be 0.
It's actually double.
2, 4.
No, it's not double it.
It's adding each number.
Huh?
It's adding each number.
To what?
To the one previous. To the value you had previous.
To the value I had previous.
Yeah.
So does that mean it's going to be 1,000 and something, is it?
And
You're
this
not
would
adding
be
1,000 to each one.
the 2,000 and the 1,000 would be 3,000 plus the 3,000.
It'll be 2, 4, 6.
2, 4, 6. Because it's the index position. Because I starts off at 0. Right? So it's going to replace, that's I plus I. So that's going to be 0 plus 0. So the first number is 0. Then I goes to 1. So I is going to be in the second location, so I is 1. So what's in here? It's going to be I plus I, which is 2. Then it increments by 1. So that means I becomes 2. So we replace at position 2 with 2 plus 2, which is going to be 4. Next time I is going to be 3. So we're going to be at position 3. What's going to be replaced at position 3? It's going to be 3 plus 3, which gives us 6. So the answer is 0, 2, 4, 6. That's a typical exam question. Actually, I think actually that was given before in the exams. Okay, it's not the index, it's not the number there. Okay, it doesn't take 1000. That's just whatever I is. I starts off at 0 plus 0, then it becomes 1 plus 1, then it becomes 2 plus 2, then it becomes 3 plus 3.
Well, where you got I plus I, could you not put in the value, get value in get value?
You could.
And multiply it?
Yeah, what you'd have to do is you'd have to go I dot get value.
Yeah, and double it.
Okay, so what Kieran is talking about. Now, this is the sort of things you can do, so I might as well show you. Alright, so you can do this. So let's say if I wanted to double 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000. Right? I want to double whatever number is in there. So yes, you would start off with int list dot set, and you're replacing at position 1. Now, then you'll have to go int list dot get I by 2. Okay. Now what that's doing is, so it's replacing at position, the first position. Okay, position 0. So what you're doing here, you're replacing it with int list dot get I, int list dot get 0 multiplied by 2. That's 2 by 1000. That becomes 2000. Okay. I becomes 1. So replace at position 0. It's get list, int list dot get at position 1, which is 2000 multiplied by 2, should give us 4000. I becomes 2. So replace at position 2, int list dot get at position 2, which is 3000 multiplied by 2, gives us 6000. So I then becomes 3. So replace at position 3, int list dot get I, which is get 3 at position 3, which is 4000 multiplied by 2, which is 8000. So you get 2000, 4000, 6000, and 8000 to prove that it does. There it is. Okay, so that multiplies it by 2. Okay, that is getting what is in each row and change it. Now you can use a for loop to change. So set is used to change values. Okay, so it can be. It also applies to dogs, right? Just to prove that it does. So I'm going to create an array of dogs. Arraylist dog list is equal to new array list, and I just create quickly dog spot is equal to new dog, and it's going to be, actually make them cats, sorry, change that to cats. And then I just create 2 cats. Cat levels is equal to new cat 2 tables, and cat plus is equal to new cat 3 plus. Okay, so we're going to add those 2 cats to the list. So cat list dot add tables cat list add plus and cat list dot add new cat 7 Tom. Now, so if you want to change a cat to a new cat, you can do this. So I can go cat list dot set. So at index position 0, I'm going to change Tibbles the cat to a new cat. Okay. Now you can also change a cat to an existing cat. So we can say cat list dot set at position 1. I want you to change this cat to Tibbles. Okay, so you can change a cat to an existing cat. Yes, see that? So first cat has been changed to new cat. Okay, second cat has been changed to an existing cat. Yes. Now that cat Tibbles has an ID of 1. Okay. This cat here is an ID of 1. This cat here is an ID of what? Do you remember that the IDs are created automatically? The first cat created as an ID of 1, second cat is an ID of 2, third cat is an ID of 4, fourth cat, so on and so forth. So with that, what ID does that cat have? You can see all the cats that's been created there. Anyone hazard a guess? What's the ID of this cat? 1. Okay. First cat created will have an ID of 1. Second cat created an ID of 2. So that means that this cat here will have an ID of 1. This ID will have an ID. Now the third cat created will have an ID of 3. Okay. This cat here is the fourth cat created. So it's the fourth cat created, so that's going to have an ID of 4. Now this cat here, this is Tibbles, which was our first cat that created. That is going to have an ID of 1. Okay? Only a new cat is created when you use the new keyword. Any questions on that? To prove that it is. Alright, so I'm going to go through the array of cats for cat C cat list. I just want to print off the IDs. Is we go plus C dot ID. Okay, that should print off 1, 2, 3. Yes? Okay. So I create a new cat here. Right? Then tables, which is an existing cat, I put him in a position 2. So that is going to print out ID of cat is 4, so the last cat created is put in the first place in the array. The first cat created is put in the second position in the array, and the third cat created is in the same place. Okay? So you can put to add an item to an array list. You use the keyboard add. To change an existing value in an array list, you use set. Okay? Do not get mixed up between the two of them. Alright? So to change an existing value, you use set. To add to an array list, you use add. Okay? So I put in here, put in a comment. Set replaces an existing object in the array list. Okay, now this cat list has only got 3 cats in it. Right, so if I try to do something like this, cat list dot set, there's only 3 cats in it, so I'm going to say at position 5. I'm going to try and change at position 5 to a new cat. What's that going to do? Actually, I'll change that even a bit. We've got 3 cats in it. Okay, so we've got 3 cats. That's a position 0, position 1, position 2. I'm trying here to set a cat at position 3, which will be the 4th cat in our array list. I'm trying to make that a new cat. Will that compile, yes or no? No. Okay. What you have to do is you'd have to go add, because show what this gives you. This gives index out of bounds exception. Okay. So this gives index out of bounds exception. Okay, as this is trying to change a value that does not yet exist. Okay, so this will not work. Now you can change values in an array list in any order you want. What do I mean by that? So this will not compile. So int list has got 4 numbers in it. So if I want to change the int list dot set at position 2, I want to change that to the number 79. Okay, and I'll print it off. So you can change them in any order you want as well. Okay. Now, just to let you know as well, that if you want to change each one of the objects in your array list, okay, if you want to change each one of the objects in your array list, you can. So use a set. Okay. If you want to change each object in an array list, you use set. Yes, do you understand that? Okay. Now, you can only use set in a for loop, a while loop, and a do while loop. You cannot use set directly inside an enhanced for loop. Okay? So you can't use set inside an enhanced for loop. Not directly anyway. You can indirectly. Alright? So, as I go here, you can't use an enhanced for loop to change all the values in an array list directly. Okay? Huh?
You're getting a copy of the object.
Yeah. So what you can't do is this. C.set does not work. Do you see that? Show you it again. C.set. Okay. So if you want to change a value in an array list, so you can be so what you can do actually, you can look at a value in an array list, and as you're going along through it, you can change the values inside the array list. All right, but you can't do that with an enhanced for loop. All right, so you can't use an enhanced for loop to change all the values in an array list directly. Now there is a way to do it indirectly, but it's very, very easy. Okay, fag already. Jesus, you really are at it, aren't you? Go on.
Does that not affect inheritance if you're just using threads to like change things in arrays?
Say that again now?
It won't affect the inheritance, like parent child. Like, how do you know if you're working? Each array is an element, so it's zero.
Yeah.
So you'd be only working inside the object, and it won't affect like any other.
I don't know what you're trying to say. Sorry. No. Well, right. So all we're trying to do here is.
What if there's like part of a tree in that, and a few of the parts of the tree have arrays on them?
You mean an actual tree or a structure? Good. Structure. What sort of tree? No, you're talking about. Yeah, are you talking about an animal and let's say?
From the database,
Would you be talking about that sort of relationship? Animal dog, animal cat.
yeah, and dog and cat at least have different arrays, I suppose.
Different arrays inside them.
Yeah.
Well, then, let's say if
you change animal, obviously it's going to have a knock-on effect.
right. Well,
It won't.
no, you see, what depends here, right? If we're using an animal to go through an array list of animals, you can only call methods that are common to all animals. You can only call methods of the animal class. So you can also only call variables that are there in the animal class. So if a dog has a different variable to a cat, it doesn't matter, don't want to have access to them. So if your array has different objects, it can't access different stuff. It can only access stuff that's common to both of them. I don't just answer your question now. Okay? Recording. We'll record it down here. Now, we showed you how to add. You can, when you want to add an element to an array list, you use the keyword add. Okay, that just adds it on. And an array list is an array list that can change its size. Okay. Now, if you want to reassign values to an existing, so we have an array up here, 1, 2, 3, 4 is in the array. So what we want to do, we want to reassign values to the array. So if we want to reassign values, we use the keyword set. Okay, so it goes int list.set. At position 0, we're going to change it to 1000. At position 1, we're going to change it to 2000. At position 2, we're going to change it to 3000. At index position 3, we're going to change it to 4000. Okay, so Also with an array list, if you use an ordinary for loop, you can change the values of each element in your array list as you're going along. Okay, so here what I have done, first int list.set I is equal to I plus I. What that is going to do is it's going to take I. So I starts off at 0, so it's going to be 0 plus 0, so the first element is going to be 0. I in the second time is going to be 1 plus 1, so it's going to be 2. And the third one is going to be 2 plus 2, which is going to be 4. And the fourth one is going to be 3 plus 3, which is going to give us 6. This one here, this gets the original value of what's in our int list and multiply it by 2. So it's going to get, so 1000 is going to become 2000. 2000 is going to become 4000. 3000 is going to become 6000. And 4000 is going to become 8000. Now, you can only use set inside an ordinary for loop. Just go down here. So you can't use set inside an enhanced for loop. Now there is a way to do it, but it involves doing counters outside of the loop, and it's all sort of complicated. So it's just easier to say you can't use an enhanced for loop to change all the values of an array list directly. Okay? So if you want to change all the values in an array list, you can use a while loop, you can use a do while loop, you can use a for loop, but you cannot use an enhanced for loop. Okay? Go up to here. So you have an array list of cats. So I put in 1, 2, 3 cats into the array list, and I used an enhanced array list to print out the ID of each cat. We can see that there's 3 cats in it. You can set the first item in the list of cats to be a brand new cat, and the second item in the array list is going to be set to an existing cat. Okay, which you can do. Roll down the screen. Now, set replaces an existing value. Okay, if there is no existing value there, you will get an index out of bounds exception. Okay, so cat list, we've only got 3 cats in it. This is trying to change a 4th cat. We don't have a 4th cat in our list. Okay, now an add can't give you an index out of bounds exception. A set can give you an index out of bounds exception. All right. The reason an add can't give it to you because all add is doing. So let's say we've got 3 cats. We want to add on another cat. We get 4 cats. We want to add on another cat. We get 5 cats. Okay. So you can never get an index out of bounds with an add. You can get an index out of bounds with set. Okay. So 5 cats. If we try to go set at position 6, new cat, that would give us an error. Even set at position 5, now position 5, sorry, index position 5, that means it's the 6th cat, there is no 6th cat. Okay, so add can't give you an index out of bounds, set can give you an index out of bounds. Okay. So there, then I just briefly explained the try catch block. Now this will produce an index out of bounds exception because int list only contains 4 numbers. So I'm trying to change the number at index position 10. There is no index position 10, so this generates an index out of bounds exception. Now this produces something called an exception. Now with exception is an object. Okay, so this guy produces an exception object. Now, if you have it in something called a try catch block, what happens is an exception may be generated. Okay, and if an exception is generated, it does what's called, it throws it. Okay, it throws it. If something catches it, our program won't crash. Simple as that. Okay, so if an exception is generated, if you have it in a try-catch block, it's thrown. Okay, so if an exception is thrown, and if you have something that catches it, it will not crash. So we can see we have a try block here. This generates an exception. Okay, now exception is an object. And so there is 17 basic, 12 exceptions we need to know. Okay, and they are all subclasses of this guy here, exception. Okay, so try, this catch block, imagine a ball is thrown out. This guy catches it. Okay, he catches it and he deals with it. All he does is it prints it off. Now, if you didn't have a try-catch block there, what would happen? Our program would crash. The fact that we have a try-catch block means our program does not crash and our code continues on. Okay? And now this is the last chapter in the book, but we will be seeing more exceptions as we're going along. Alright? So, that's an exception. Now, next thing I did was remove. Now remove does something, it's two different remove objects. There's two different remove methods. So I created 4 strings, SB1, SB2, SB3, SB4. SB1 is the word 1, SB2 is the word 2, SB3 is the word 3, SB4 is the word 4. I then added them to an array list. Okay, so the remove method, there's 2 different types of remove methods. One remove method, it removes an object. Okay, so that removes SB2. So our list starts off at 1, 2, 3, 4. So str list remove SB2 means 2 is now gone. So after first remove, it'll print off 1, 3, 4. Okay. Now the other type of remove is it removes it at a particular position. Okay. So one takes an object. There's another one that takes a position. So that's going to remove at position 0. It'll remove that one. So then we print off here, we only get 3, 4. Okay? So nothing too fancy about remove at all. Now, if you try to remove from an index position that does not exist, okay? So we end up with a list that's only got 2 and 3 in it. Okay, and nothing else. So if I go here, str list remove 4, there is no index position 4, so that generates an index out of bounds exception. Okay. Now, if I try to remove an object that's no longer there now, sorry, 2 is gone. It's 3, 4. 3, 4. Okay, so that's all that's left. str list remove 4 does not exist because we've only got index position 1, 0, and index position 1. Okay, so if you're trying to remove from index position 4, it doesn't exist. str list remove SB2. Now SB2 was the letter 2. Okay, now that's already gone. So if you use the remove method that removes an object and it doesn't exist inside the array list, that will not generate an exception. Okay, it just does nothing. Is that okay? Yeah? Okay. Now, I just briefly mentioned this yesterday. Okay, so I can go through it now line by line. So I create a list of strings. Okay, so this is called str list, and it contains 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? str list contains 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then I create another list. Okay? Another list called name list. And it contains 4 names. It contains the 4 names Inda, Leo, Angela, and Justin. Okay, oops, sorry. Right. Now, so there's our 2 array lists. Now, there is a method called add all. Okay. Now, what add all does is it adds. Now, it adds all lists onto each other. Now, it doesn't work for arrays, right? So it only works for array lists. Now, there's also something called a list, which we haven't done. Okay. Now, a list is an interface. Okay, and the array list implements the list interface. Does everyone understand that? Okay, so array list implements the list interface. So add all only takes objects that implement the list interface. An array list is one of them. Linked list is another. Hash maps, I think, also implement the list interface. Okay, but the only one that we're dealing with is an array list. So you go str add all. So str is that guy. We're going to add all. Now we only use array lists, so it can only add an array list onto an array list. So name list. So str add all name list. What that does is it adds all of the names onto the end of str list. So we end up with 1, 2, 3, 4 Inda, Leo, Angela, and Justin. Now, just to make sure, to prove that it does, I'm going to run this line of code. So this is EX5. That's where we are. So I'm going to print it off. There we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Inda, Leo, Angela, and Justin. Okay, so add all is for adding on other lists to each other. Okay, now just going to continue on. Now, as well as adding on an array list at the end of one list, you can also add it on at particular locations. Okay, now what do I mean by that? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to put string list and name list back to the way they were. So just do this. String list is equal to new array list. And then I'm going to add my 4 strings to it. This guy. And then I'm going to do the same thing with name list. Okay, so name list is new array list string, and I'm going to add the names to it. So now we have the same str list is going to have 1, 2, 3, and name list is going to have all up here. Okay, so str list has 1, 2, 3, 4. Name list is Inda, Leo, Angela, and Justin. Yes? Everyone okay with that? Now, so as well as adding all at the end of an array list, you can add them at a particular location. Okay, so what I'm going to do in here, add all of an array list to another array list at a particular location in the array list. Okay, so we go, I'm going to add it onto name list. I'm going to go add all. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to at position 2.
Contact the Galway room, please. General assistant to the Galway room. Thank you.
I'm going to add strlist. Okay. So what that does is, so at name list, this is position 0, this is position 1, this is position 2, this is position 3. So at position 2, it's going to add in, so it should end up with Inda, Leo, 1, 2, 3, 4, Angela, Justin. Yes? Okay. So do this here. Print it off. Name list is now pushing here. SYSO. Name E LIST. So Inda, Leo, 1, 2, 3, 4, Angela, Justin. Okay. So add all allows us to add at particular locations. Add all also allows us at the end of an array list. Everyone okay so far? Yeah? Now, let's say we want to add an array to an array list. You can't use this guy. Okay? Doesn't work. To show you that it doesn't work, now I'm going to do my name list and array list thing again. Just copy that piece of code. Bring it down here. And there's our array list and our string list again. Okay. Now, so I'm going to quickly create, I'm going to change that. I'm going to create an array of fruits. So I'm going to put in an apple. I'm going to put in an orange. I'm going to put a banana. Okay, now this does not work. If I try to do this, name list add all fruits. Okay, you can only add a list onto another list, so that does not work. Okay, so this method does not work for arrays. for arrays. Now it doesn't matter that it's an array of strings trying to add on to a list of strings. An array list of strings still does not work. Okay, because an add-all can only take something that implements the list interface. So it can only work with array lists, it can work with linked lists, it can work with hash maps, which we haven't done. Okay, so it does not work for arrays. Now, if you want to add an array onto an array list or vice versa, there's a couple of ways you can do it. Okay, first way is there is a class called collections. Okay, and inside collections there is a static method called addAll. Okay, and it can take, so first one is going to be a list, the second one is going to be an array. Now what that does is it adds all of the contents of fruits into name list. Okay, it adds all of the contents of fruits into name list. So whatever the first is, that's what's going to be added to, that's what's going to be added from. Alright, to prove that it does. Oops. I'm going to print off name list. Okay, so SYSO. Name list is now, go here, SYSO. There it is, Inda, Leo, Justin, Apple, Orange, Banana. Okay, that is adding an array onto an array list. Yeah.
It's a copy of fruits that's added on.
Yeah.
Fruits will still have those three items there, won't they?
Yeah. Okay. So it is a copy of fruits that's added onto it. It's not the actual array itself. Okay. So I'm just going to put in a comment. So this method adds all of the names from the, all of the fruits from the fruits array to all of the names in the name list array list. Okay, so this adds everything from an array to a array list. Now there is another way to do it. Okay, there is another way to do it. So I'm going to change name list again back to normal. So there we have name list is equal to Inda, Leo, Angela, and Justin. Okay, now we can use the addAll method if we do this. If I go name list dot addAll, now you can do, actually I'll take that out for a minute. So bear with me a minute. Now You can't assign an array directly to an array list. Yes? Do you understand that? You can't assign an array directly to an array list. But what you can do is you can do something like this. So just change this to list. Now, you can't assign an array directly to an array list, but what you can do is you can use this method. Okay, there is a method called, there is a class called arrays, and inside the arrays class there is a method, there's a static method called asList, and what that does is it converts an array into a list. Okay, what's a list? A list is the interface that all array lists use. Okay, a list is an interface that all array lists use. It is in effect an array list. Okay, so if you want to convert a array to a list which is in effect an array list, you can use this guy here, arrays as list fruits. Right? That means that the contents of fruits is going to be copied to this list here. Now you can also use this. Remember I said before that when you're creating an array, you can create an array and assign values at the same time. So I can go int square bracket nums is equal to 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you can't do that directly with Arraylist, but there is a way to do it indirectly. How you can do it indirectly is the following. Alright, what you can do is this. You can go list int integer, gonna call it numbers, you go arrays.asList, and you put in your numbers in here 2, 5, 89, 1000. Okay, that's a way to directly assign values to an array, a list. Okay, that's a way to assign values directly to a list by using arrays as list. What does arrays as list do? Arrays as list converts arrays or a series of values into a list object. Okay, into a list object. So, and you can add a list object onto an array list. You can add a list object onto an array list. So, what I mean by that is, I can do this. I can say name list dot add all. What am I going to add all onto it? Arrays dot as list. Oops, sorry. As list, we're going to add fruits. Okay, so what's that doing? This guy here, that's an array. We need to convert it to a list, and you can add a list onto an array list.
Yeah, you could put in their copy fruit, couldn't you?
You could, yeah. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could put in that, or why am I getting an error there?
Too much brackets.
Yeah, too much brackets. Okay, so this is copying the array to the array list name list. Okay. We first convert fruits to a list, which then can be added to the array list name list. Okay, so you can use this method to add an array onto an array list, or you can use this method to add an array onto an array list. Either of them are valid, whichever one you want to use. And this is something you're going to need to know how to do. You are going to be generating arrays. You are going to need to know how to copy them into an array list, or vice versa. Okay, so that is something you're going to need to know how to do. So you can either use that way. I don't know if it comes up in the exam or not. I don't think it does. But it's something you need to know in practical everyday coding. So you'll need to know how to write arrays onto array lists. You can either use that way, use collections.addAll, so it's going to add the fruits array to the name list array list, or you can use this method here, namelist.addAll. So this would convert the fruits string array to a list of strings, and it adds that list onto this array list. Is that okay, everyone? So there's two ways to add an array onto an array list. Any questions for that? Now this all leads on to the next topic, which I forgot was in this section and I haven't looked it up. So bear with me if I'm kind of reading it up as I'm going along. Now there's something called deep copy and shallow copy. Alright? So the next one is going to be static void ex6. This is end of ex5. And this is ex6. So we're going to use this string list again with 1, 2, 3. That one. So just copy that from above. String sb1 is equal to new string 1. String sb2 is equal to new string 2. String sb3 is equal to new string 3. String sb4 is equal to new string 4. Array list string strlist is equal to new array list. strlist.add sb1. strlist.add sb2. strlist.add sb3. strlist.add sb4. Right, now, so what we're going to be doing here, sorry?
What? I copied. But it's in red.
You might have a method, you might have your brackets inside your brackets. Make sure it's outside of ex5.
Yes, ex6.
Yeah, well, what's it saying? Put your mouse over it, what's the error saying?
Actually, can be resolved to variable as b1, as b2, as b2.
Have you got string sp1 above it? Have you those variables created?
Yes.
Okay. So just copy them down to static void ex6. Now, so what we're going to do here is what are called deep copy and shallow copy. All right. So I'll explain what they are first. So deep copy and shallow copy.
Can you show me small bit up?
Now this is leading on from the add all. Okay, this is leading on from add all. So deep copy and shallow copy. Deep copy is two references to the same array list. Shallow copy is two array lists with the same values but are different array lists. Okay. Deep copy is two references to the same array list. Shallow copy is two array lists with the same values but are different array lists. Okay. So first one we're going to do is a deep copy. Now, so we have our array list str list, which consists of, put them here again, consists of the words 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Now, so what's a deep copy? Here's a deep copy. So we're going to create an array list. It's an array list of strings. We're going to call it str copy, and it's going to be equal to str list. Okay, so this is a deep copy. You have two references to the one array list. Okay, now, so if I go syso, same object, if I do this guy, str copy equals, now remember that guy, that's for checking to see if they're the same object, not is it the same value. Yes? Okay, that should print off nothing. Hold on a second. Yep, true. Okay, they're the same object. Alright, and now if you want to find out if an array has got the same values, okay, str dot equals. Okay, every object is going to have an equals method. Array list has its own equals method and it checks to see if it's got the same values. So we're going to see, is str copy, does it have the same values as str list? I'm going to put a little print statement above it. True. Yes? Everyone okay with that so far? Okay. So str copy and str list is the same thing. Yeah? Okay. Now, if I come along here and if I change at one of them, that set,
If they're the same object, then they'll always be the same value.
that's exactly what I'm showing you. Okay. So at position 0, which is this guy here, I'm going to change it to the word orange. So just to put in a comment above it here, changing the value at position 0, which was 1 to orange. Now, so str copy I changed 1 to orange. If I go to print off str list, you see it's orange. See that? str list, because str list and str copy is the same thing. Orange 234, orange 234. Okay? Both print the same thing as they are the same list. Which is this. As both these are the same list. So change one, you change the other. Okay? So if you do anything with changing, if you change anything with the lists, these are just
change.
okay. So change it in copy. So you see it's changing in str list as well. Okay, that's a deep copy. A deep copy means they're the same object. Right? It's just like with the it's just like you have a reference similar before. If we have a particular dog that's got an age of 4 and a weight of 5.6 and has an ID of 2, you can refer to them through Spot, you can refer to them through Lassie, you can refer to them through Rex. Okay, so if Rex changes the age to 5, it's changed for Spot, it's changed for Lassie because it's all the same dog. Yes? Okay, it's the same principles here. It's the exact same principles. Now, if you put an array list equal to a new array list, well, then that's a different thing. Okay, so that's a deep copy. A deep copy is when you assign an existing array list to another array list. That means you have 2 references to the same array list. So if either of them changes it, it's changed for both of them. Yes? Okay, the exact same principle that if you have 4 references to a dog object, if one of the dog objects changes the age, it's changed for all of them because it's the same dog. Yeah? Okay, now, when it comes to array lists, that's called deep copies. Okay, so if you have multiple references to the one array list, that's a deep copy. So put it in here. Multiple references to the same array list is a deep copy. Right, now, there is another type. It's called shallow copies. Okay, it's called shallow copies. So we're going to go back to the original values again for str list. So I'm going to go down here. Now str list is new array list. str list add sb1, that's 1. So now we're back to we're back to this guy. We're back to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're back to 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going to create another array list, and we're going to call it string, and we're going to call it new strings is equal to new array list string. Now, so what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to go new. So new string has got nothing in it. Yes, do we all understand that? Yeah. So if I go new string dot add all new strings add all, and what are we going to add to it? We're going to add str list. Okay. So that means that str list has got 1, 2, 3, 4, and new strings also has 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah? Do you understand that? Now, but this is an example of a shallow copy. Okay? It just takes the values out of here. So it takes 1 out, it takes 2 out, it takes 3 out, it takes 4 out, and it puts it into here. Okay? It's not the references that are copied. It just pulls out the value. That's all it does. It pulls out the values and it puts them into new string. So new string now also reads 1, 2, 3, 4, and str list reads 1, 2, 3, 4, but they're different array lists. Okay, so put above here. So shallow copy. Okay, I'm going to put here adding all the contents of str list to the empty new strings array list creates a shallow copy. Okay, new strings contains the same values as str list, but they are different array lists. Shallow copy copies the values, not the reference. So, just to prove out they got the same values, I go SYSO new strings is print of new strings. New strings is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and str list is also 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, to prove that they are different, we can do this. Str list same, not same as new strings. So if I do this, that's what you saw. Str list equals new strings. We get false because they're not the same object. Okay. Now, if you want to find out, so this return false. as not same ArrayList object. Now, if you want to find out if they contain the same values, you use equals. Just like with strings. Remember I said with strings you shouldn't be using find out two strings are the same. Do not use that. Okay? Because you can have two strings that have the same text inside them, but one of them was created using the new keyword. So that doesn't matter if they're the same text, that's always going to return false. Okay? Similar to these guys. If you want to find out if two array lists contain the same strings, the same cats, the same dogs, what you do is you use the equals method. Okay? We'll go here. SYSO str list dot equals new strings. That returns true. Okay. SYSO str list equals new strings. That returns true. So this returns true because they both have the same values. Now, of course, that means if I change something in strlist, okay, if I change something in strlist, it does not change the new strings. Does everyone understand that? Just to prove that, if I go strlist dot set at position 1, we're going to change it to the word orange. Okay, and if I do strlist dot equals new strings, that's going to return false because now they've got two different items in the list. Okay, this is return false.
Oh, you think that was smoking?
I think it's Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Go on. So static void ex7, please. Do that one up. Example static ex7. Yep, Peggy, thanks. Yeah, good to keep reminding me because I will forget. Okay. And the same for str list, create the same str list, copy and paste the stuff, same thing again. Same for again. If I copy them from above. Okay. So just a couple of more methods of the array list. So first method we're going to see here is clear. Now, clear does exactly as it says in the 10. What does clear do? Clear, this deletes all elements from an array list. So if I go str list.clear, and then if I go to print it off, oops, it's empty. Okay. So what does clear do? It clears all the elements from the array. It's nothing really that fantastic at all. Okay, so it's very easy to operate. Okay, so I'm going to add all the elements onto it again. So this empty array list. Now, the next method we're going to use is contains. Now, what's this do? This method returns true if the list contains a specified element. Now, it doesn't give the position, it doesn't tell you how many is in the list. Alright? It doesn't give you the position, it doesn't tell you how many is in the list. Alright? It just tells you if it contains a certain element. Alright? So, it returns true if this contains the specified elements, false otherwise. So, contains, we go str list dot contains the word 1. That will return true. Okay, that's why I saw str list that contains the word care. That return false. Now, if you say contains sb1, that'll also work. Okay, so what it's doing is looking for that object inside here. Okay, now that'll also return true. Likewise, if you had a list of 4 dogs, you're looking for Spot, it's going to find Spot. Do we understand that? Yes? That will also return true. Let me just see them here. Right. Now, so next one is index of. Similar to index of for strings. Okay, so what does this do? This method returns true. This method returns, sorry, the first index of the element if it exists in the array list, and -1 if it does not. Now str list, just do it out here. Right, so str list 1, 2, 3, 4. That's str list. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add 3 to the end of it. Sorry. We're going to add 3 to the end of it. So we're going to go str list dot add string 3. And just to prove it is SYSO str list is you can see it there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Yes? Yeah? Okay. Now, so what index one does, it finds the position of the first place. So str list is now that. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Now index of will find the position of 3, the first position. Alright? So what I mean by that is, so I'm going to go str list dot index of the word 3. Now, so it'll find the first position, so that's not. This one is not, this one is 1, this one is 2, 3, 4. So it finds the position of 3. Okay? It finds the position of 3 at position 2. It does not find the second one. Just to prove that it does, I'll print it out. There it is. Finds the one at position 2, but it does not find the one at position 4. Okay? Similar to index of when you come to strings, it does the exact same thing. When an index of string, it'll find the character to specified point. It'll only find the first word or the first character. It won't find, let's say if you have the word red 4 times in a sentence, it'll only find red in the first place. Similar with index of, this will only find the word 3 at position 2. It will not find 3 at position 4. Okay, so I'll put it in here. Index of only finds where 3 first exists, which is at index position 2. It does not find the word 3 at position 4. And if you want to look for a word that's not there, SYSO str list dot index of tomato, which does not exist. Oh shit, sorry. Gives us -1. Okay, so this will give us -1.
Sorry, how we can access like 3 second line, like on position 4? But actually it be not assigned to it. By position.
Yeah, or what you'd have to. Sorry?
By index or below.
Yeah, or what you can do, there is another method. I'd have to look that up now. I'm after forgetting to do it. You can, of course, do it. Sorry?
You could find first instance and trim the arrays. Such as
You could, but there's another method as well that does it for you. I can't think of the name of it. There's a method that will return an array of answers. I can't remember which method. There is a method that does it for you. Can't remember. Yeah, but you can do that as well, Jason. Okay. I'll go back to that one. Now, what's this?
oh,
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what we have to do here next. Alright, now. So we're going to do something called cloning next. So static void, that's static void EX7. We will have this Arraylist finished today, thanks to God. Okay, so the next one is, this is in the VX7. Now, when I do this, two times. And I create another cache, new cache is equal to my cache. Oops, sorry. Now, what am I doing there? Sorry? Okay, so I'll wait till you finish writing.
You're writing cache.
Yeah, but
Give them 2 references.
yeah, 2 references to one object. Okay. Now, it turns out, what about if you want to copy the cache? Alright. If you want a copy of the cache, but you don't want the same cache, how do you do that? Alright? Because that doesn't do it. Right? That is 2 references to the one cache. Alright? Right. We have a cache here. And before I go any further, I'm missing a bracket. Right, so we have a cache here, and this cache has got a name Tom, and it's got an age of 4, and it's got a weight of 3.5, and it's got a color of black. Okay, and this is Tom. Now we want to make a copy of that cache, right? Yeah. Okay. We want to make what they call a shallow copy of this cache. Now that means we want to have another cache. We'll call this cache tabby. Okay, and tabby will have the same name Tom, same age 4, same weight 3.5, and the same color black. Now you could take all of the you could create a method inside the cat class that returns the cache, right? That's one way of doing it. Okay. The other way of doing it is if I just want to make sure I can do this before I go any further. Give me a second. Shit. Hold on a second and see if I can get it done right. Give me a second here now. I just need to go down here and see where I've done it. Yeah, shite, I can't do it there. Okay. Right, just ignore that for a minute. Okay, just get rid of that for a minute. Okay. Just get rid of that for a minute now. And yeah, I haven't got that lesson done out. Shit. Bear with me a minute here now. Alright, so I can't do that lesson because I don't have done it right, but I'll just skip on to the next one. Okay, I'll skip on to the next one. So I'm going to create an array list of integers. I'm going to call it int list. And I'm going to add a good few numbers to it. So I'm going to int list.add 5. Int list.add 150. Int list.add 250. Int list.add 350. And I'll put in 350s. Int list.add 350. Add in another 350. Added in, and I'm going to create an integer, and I'm going to add that twice. Int list.add my int, so I'm going to print off the list. So we're going to be removing different elements in the list. So before removal, I'm just going to print off a list. Just give me a second. Examples of the fit. Okay, 5, 150, 250, 350, 350, 350, 1500, 1500. Okay. Now, one way to find, let's say, the second 350, all right? So, one way to, what am I talking about here? I'm just looking at a lesson here. I don't see the point of this lesson I've done here. Let me just see. Remove once, let's remove 150. Okay, I don't know what the point of that lesson is. I'll have to come back to that one because I failed to see the point of it. I have a lesson done here and I can't see any point of it at all. Alright, so badly done out lesson. So I'm just going to go on straight away to static void ex8 or 9. I'll come back to ex8 if I can see the point of it, but I don't see the point of it. Now let's have a look at this one. Okay, right, now this one is more like it. Alright, so we're going to create an array list of cats. Alright, so create an array list of cats. Array list cat list is equal to new array list cat. Okay, and this is EX9. Alright, so, and we see in our cat class that we can uniquely identify each cat by their ID. Yes? You can see that? Okay, so we're going to create us 3 cats. So I'm going to say cat Tom is equal to new cat. We've got 2 constructors, one that takes an int and a string. We're only going to use that one. So cat Tibbles is equal to new cat 4 Tibbles. Cat Puss is equal to new cat 5 Puffs. And then we go cat list dot add Tom cat list dot add Tibbles cat list dot add Puss. Now, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to do a deep copy. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to do a deep copy. So we're going to be doing deep copying and shallow copying. Now, there is also a method called clone. Okay, now clone, what clone does, clone creates a shallow copy of the array list for you. Alright, but before we do that, we're going to see about deep copying arrays. These are all different from numbers. They're cats, and cats have got numbers things inside it. Alright, whereas an integer only has one thing inside it, the number. Yes, do you understand that? Right, so we are going to, so we're going to go through basically the shallow copying and the deep copying first, then I'm going to show you the clone method. Is that okay? Alright, so first thing we're going to do a deep copy of cats. Okay, and that's easy enough to do. So we just go array list cat. I'm going to call it copycat list is equal to cat list. Okay, so copycat list and cat list and cat list refer to the same list of cats. Okay, so if I do this, cat list equals copycat list, it's going to be true, and we've got the same values. Cat list dot copy dot equals copycat list. True. Okay, but same list of cats, both the same values. Okay, and just to prove that they're the same, I'm going to print off cat list, and I'm going to print off copycat list. They're there, both exactly the same. There's a toString method inside the array class, which will attempt to call a toString method inside the cat class if it has one. It does have one. It prints off the ID, the age, and the name of each cat. Yes? Okay. Now, if I change one of the cats, so let's say I go catalyst dot set list dot set. So I'm going to change the first cat to a new cat, and then if I print out both of the lists, then now see the first cat now has an ID of 4. Okay, first cat now is an ID of 4 for both of them. Yes, does everyone see that? Is that okay? Sorry, just pin again. So we got 4 cats. We changed cat list, we change it to new cat. So that means we have a new cat, that this cat now has an ID of 4. Okay, so if I print off cat list, we can see that the first cat in the cat list has an ID of 4. And we print off copycat list, we also see that has an ID of 4. Yes? Yeah? Okay, because that's a deep copy, it's the same object. Yeah? Okay, now I've already shown you how to do a shallow copy. One way to do a shallow copy, so I am going to clear out the I am going to go copycat list oh no, that cannot do that. Right. I'm going to create an array list of cats called shallow cat list. Okay, is equal, yeah, shallow cat list is equal to new array list cat. Okay, and then we're going to go shallow, there's nothing in this, shallow cat list dot add all. What are we going to add all to it? We're going to add cat list. Okay, so this creates a shallow copy. Okay, this creates a shallow copy in that it adds all of the contents of cat list to shallow cat list. Okay, it only adds a copy of the values. Okay, which means you have 2 different lists of cats with the same values, the same cats. Okay, which means you have 2 different lists of cat, same cat. Alright, now, so shallow cat list add all. So to prove that they're different cats, so different cats, if I go SYSO shallow cat list equals cat list. It's going to be false. Yeah? Because they're shallow copied. Shallow copied means the values are copied, but not the references. Yes? Okay. And if I use equals, say same values, that's why so I go shallow cat list dot equals cat list. It's going to be true. Yes? Is everyone okay with that so far? Yeah? Are we all on the same page? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so if I come along and I change one of my cats, right? Now, I'm not going to change what the cat refers to. I'm going to change the name. Okay? Now, I'm going to change the name of Tom. Alright? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go tom.name is equal to a nice name, Satan. My love of cats is unknown. Same. Okay? So tom.name is equal to same. Now, if I print off cat list and if I print off shallow cat list, what will be the name of the first cat? Will it be Tom? Will it be Sam? Will it be Tom on one of them? Will it be Sam on one of them? What's it going to be? At this point in time, okay. So before I make the change, okay. So I'm just going to say shallow cat list. I'm going to print out shallow cat list. And I'm going to print out cat list. So we can see, hold on.
Like new cat.
Yeah, hold on a minute now. Shallow cat list, add all cat list. Oh yeah, because I changed the first cat to null. Sorry about that.
So we just change.
Yeah, it's not Tom. So our second cat, okay. The name of our second cat is Tibbles. Yeah. Okay. So it's the second cat. So if I go Tibbles dot name is equal to Sam. All right. What happens to shallow cat list and cat list? Is the second cat in this list, is it going to be called Tibbles or is it going to be called Sam? Think about it. Right. The names of the cats. Right. So the names, first name is null because I changed it to new cat. I didn't give it a name. The second cat is called Tibbles. The third cat is called Puss. Yeah? Okay. Right. Now, that is a cat called Tibbles. That's the name of the object as well. Alright? So, the name of the object I change to Sam. Yes? Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, if I print out the array list that contains this cat, will it print off the original name Tibbles or will it print off the name Sam?
We talked about the shallow cat list. Or
Doesn't make a difference, either one of them. The shallow cat list, so start off.
say this shallow cat list will leave it be.
Okay.
Where we was before.
So, right.
But the cat list
I'm fairly certain what's going to happen, but I don't want to say it until I'm absolutely positive, so I'm going to print it off. Okay? I'm 80% sure what's going to be printed out here. Okay? So, I'm going to print off the shallow cat list. So, we should be... Yeah, okay. Just make sure the right one. Okay. Now, so, yes, it is a shallow copy. Right? But it's still the same object. Alright? So its name, if you change the name, so the object I've put into it is Tibbles. Okay? So if I change the name of Tibbles, it's going to be changed everywhere. Alright? It's changed in the shallow cat list. It's also changed in the cat list. Okay? Name is Sam. Because the object, yes, shallow cat list. Now, so if you change the name through this guy here, okay, because it refers to Tibbles. Alright, now, if there are two different cat lists, so if I change one of the cats, so let's say shallow cat list dot set, I'm going to set, now Sam is the second cat, okay, so second cat, I'm going to change it to new cat. Okay, now shallow cat list and cat list are two different, they don't have the same values. Okay, just to prove it again. Hold on, didn't mean to do that. Right, so now these are different. Print it off. So we can see that shallow cat list, the ID is 5, but this one is still at the ID of 3. And you know what? I'm going to go over this again, I think, after lunch. Okay? Because we need to go over this. Okay? Alright? So I'm going to start off with this crack. And we are going to get Arraylist finished today. Thanks be to God. So I will stop that recording. Right. Now, so you can see up here, this is a deep copy. It's just assigning an existing array list to another array list. Okay, so it's a deep copy, so they're the same, two references to the same list of cats, which is Tom, Tibbles, and Puss. Right? The first cat is an ID of 1, second cat is an ID of 2, the third cat is an ID of 3. Yes, everyone understand that so far? Okay, so that's what's identifying our 3 cats. Now, so I'll come down here. So then this will return true because it's the same list of cats. This one also will return true because they got the same values inside it. Everyone okay with that? Yeah? Okay. Now, if I change one of the cats in one of the lists, okay, they're both the same list. So I change our first cat to a new cat. So that means our first cat now has a value as an ID of 4. Okay, so the first cat has an ID of 4. Now both lists are the same thing. So this one will print off cats with an ID of 423. This one will print off a list with cats ID 423. Yes? Yeah. Okay, right. Now, so I think we're doing a bit better this time. Let's get it. Now, we then create a shallow copy. Now, shallow cat list, add all cat list. Now, we have, so what that does is, that creates, so shallow cat list is an array of cats, there's nothing in it. Okay, and what we do here is we add all of the cats to this list. Okay, now we add all of the cats to this list. So we add the cats 4 with ID 4, 2, and 3 to this list. Yes? Yeah. Now what you have in effect here is, I'll try and explain this. There are different lists with the same cats. I know that doesn't make sense. Okay? To even prove that they're different lists, right? If I go shallow cat list, is it the same array list as cat list? No, it's not. Okay, so it'll print off different array lists. Go up here, it prints off false. Okay, so shallow cat list are 2 different array lists.
Well, it's not partly because you're using the new word that you created. 4.
Yeah, as well, Kieran, yeah. Okay, so that is different from that, but they both contain the same cats, right? So that's a different list that contain the same cats. So that will return false because they're 2 different array lists, all right? However, it has the same cats in both of those lists. Okay, so it's hard to get your head around. Okay, so we have shallow cat list. Now that has cats with ID 4, 2, 3. Okay. Then we have the other one, which is cat list, and it has cats in it with ID 4, 2, 3. They're the same cats, but they're in different lists. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, so that means, so shallow cat list equals cat list with the same cats. They are the same cats. Okay, now I print off shallow cat list, print it off here. Cat age is 4, so that's 4, 2, 3. Cat list one is a cat with ID of 4, 2, 3. The ID is what uniquely identifies the cat. So that means that both of these lists have got the same cats in it, but they're 2 different lists. Alright, so it's kind of weird, is the best way to describe it. Okay, that's the logical conclusion for shallow copying.
So they're both referencing the same cats?
Yes, but they're not the same list. Okay, they're 2 separate lists that are referencing the same cats, but they're not the same lists. I don't know if that makes sense. It seems kind of counterintuitive that you've got 2 lists, the same thing, but they're 2 different lists. So there's nothing like it in real life. Okay, I can't conceptually think of anything like it in real life.
But I suppose you put one list of.
Sorry?
You put one list of cats, and you put another list of female cats, and the 2 of them might be the same entries in both of them. But yet one
Yeah.
they refer to.
Yeah, and they could be exactly the same. Yeah. That's a good analogy, Peter. Yeah, actually, that is a good analogy. Right. Get up here. So, yeah, that's a very good analogy. You could have a list of cats, and you could call it a list of cats, and they all happen to be female. You could have another list of only female cats, could all be the same cats. They're just two different lists. Okay? But they could contain the same cats. So you have one list that has all of our cats, which happen to be female. And we have another list of all our female cats, which are also all female. They're the same cats. So yeah. Thank you.
This is a lot can be a list like this. It's actually okay. I open companies and have customers
Yeah.
who have cats. So like
Okay.
Mary, but I have only one customer. Mary have cats.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
said, like female cats.
Yeah.
Total cats, and
Yeah.
a lot of lists can be.
Yeah, so you can have your female customers, you can have your customers who have cats, you can have all your customers. They're three different lists, it's all the same people. Okay? Yeah, so that's a great analogy. Thank you. Okay? It's good analogy. Very good analogy. Okay? So that's what you have there. Alright? So they're different lists are referencing the same cats. Okay? That's what a shallow copy is. A shallow copy is yeah, so that's a shallow copy when it comes to Arraylist. Okay, now one way to create a shallow copy is by using add all. Okay, another way to create an Arraylist is, so I'm going to change my Arraylist back cat list again to, I'm going to put it back to a new Arraylist. Copy that. And then I'm going to add these three cats to it. Huh? It's, I've already cat list created up here. Okay, I created a cat list up here. Yeah, and then I have Tom and Tibbles and Puss already created. So I just assign new Arraylist to it. Okay? Right now. So if you want to make a shallow copy, you can use add all. Right? That will create a shallow copy. There's also a specific method for creating shallow copies, and it's called clone. Alright? I'm going to show you how it works. Now, it's actually awkward enough to use, but they do ask this in the exam. Okay? They can ask this in the exam. So, put in a comment. So, the clone method in the Arraylist class returns a object reference to an Arraylist object that is a shallow copy of the Arraylist calling the clone method. Okay, now the problem with the clone method is that the clone method returns an object. Alright, the clone method, so just to show you, so it's catalyst dot clone. Okay, now that creates an object reference to an Arraylist object. Alright, yeah, I know why they did that. Fuck knows. Sorry for swearing, but who knows? Okay, so what you have to do is, you have to do this. You have to say object cloned cat list is equal to cat list.clone. Okay?
Was it just dot one?
Sorry?
Was this dot one just do?
Clot. Clone returns an object reference to an Arraylist object, and that Arraylist object is a shallow copy of that guy. So it doesn't copy, it just copies the values across. Okay? This is the closest thing you can get to a shallow copy method in Java for Arraylist. Okay? So what that guy is returning, this thing here, it returns clone catalyst, which is exactly it. So this is, so clone catalyst, this is object cloned catalyst. It's actually an array list. Okay, so this thing is returning an object reference to an array list object. All right, you can't do, for instance, this. If I attempt to do this guy, doesn't matter what you put in here, it's still not going to work. Okay. You could try putting in the cat. It still doesn't work. Okay. You could try doing this. That's an array. That's an array list of objects. Okay. That guy there, that's a reference to an array list of objects. If you don't provide a type, that's a reference to an array list of objects. Okay. The only thing that will work on the left-hand side is object. Okay. Now, catalyst. So I call it object clone catalyst is equal to catalyst dot clone. Okay. That means that this guy is now an object reference to an array list object. Problem with this is you can't do anything with it. All right. Now, so this is an object reference to an array list object. That means we can say it now, just to show you that it's not quite an array list. So if I go to print this guy out, cloned cat list plus clone cat list. It does work. Jeez, I didn't think it does. Okay, let me just see that. Oh yeah, right. So, yeah. So it will print out. Yes, because what's going on there is it's getting the two. So it can only call the methods of the object class. Okay, it can only call the methods of the object class. So there is a toString method in the object class. So it looks in its own class for toString methods. There is a toString method in here, and it'll print off all the items in the list. Do you understand that so far? I'll say that again. Okay, this guy here. Okay, if I put dot after it, okay, it's only got the methods of the object class. It doesn't have the methods of the array list class. If that was an array list, for instance, up here, if I go cat list dot add, see all the methods of the array list class. There's around 30 or 40 of them. Whereas this guy here has only access this guy here dot, come on, why is that coming up? Cancel, I have an error somewhere. Just 1 second. Oh yeah, sorry. So cloned cat list, I go dot. See those methods that has there? It only has the methods of the object class. Now there is a toString method in the array list class, so it will be able to print off all the details, but it won't be able to do anything else You won't be able to add anything to this list. You won't be able to add all to this list. You won't be able to see contains, whatever other methods of the Arraylist class. It will not allow you to use them. However, you can cast this guy. Okay? You can cast it to be an Arraylist, because when you have an object reference to an Arraylist object, that means you can cast it to be an Arraylist. The superclass reference to a subclass object. Okay, so you can cast it to be, you can change the reference to be an Arraylist. How do you do that? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another Arraylist. And it's going to be cat. I'm going to call it cloned cat is equal to. Now we're going to cast this to be of type Arraylist. So I go Arraylist cat. And what are we going to change? We're going to change the clone cat list. Okay, so what are we doing there? We're changing the reference. So that means that cloned cat now contains all cats. It's now an Arraylist reference to an Arraylist of cat object. Yes, I know that's dreadfully complicated. Alright, there's no two ways about it. That is complicated. Alright, so I'll try and explain it again. So we have our cat list with the IDs of 4, 2, and 3. Okay, that's called cat list. Okay, that's our cat list. Okay, so that's the IDs 4, 2, 3. Now, so this is another way of doing shallow copying. Rather than using add all, you can use what is called cloning. Alright? Now, the clone method in the Arraylist class, it returns an object reference to an Arraylist object. Okay? So it produces an object reference to an Arraylist object. So clone cat list is an object reference to an Arraylist of cat object. Yeah? Yes? Yes? No? Yes? No? This guy here. What that is it's clone cat list. So it is an object. So it's a superclass reference to a subclass object. The subclass object is an Arraylist of cats. Okay, so it's a superclass reference to a subclass Arraylist object. That's what's produced. That's what clone cat list is. Now, clone cat list, when I go to print it out, it will print out all the cats. Okay, because what determines what methods can be called is the reference. So only methods first created in the object class can be used by clone cat list. Okay, one of the methods of the object class is toString. Okay, one of the methods of the object class is toString. So it sees, yes, we can use toString. Then it checks the Arraylist class for a toString. There is a toString method in the Arraylist class. Okay, there is a toString method in the Arraylist class which prints off all the details. So all of the details were printed off. but none of the other methods of the ArrayList class, such as add, such as set, are not available. So again, if I go clone cat list dot set is not there. Clone cat list dot add new cat. Can't do that either. So I want to change the first cat to, or the second cat to a new cat. Can't do any of that because we don't have access to those methods. Okay, do not have access to those methods. So if we want it to be treated as an array list, we have to cast it to be of type ArrayList cat. So what I do is I create a new array list of cats. I call it cloned cat. And you have to cast it. Now you can only cast compatible data types. That means if it's an ArrayList object. Now it's an object reference, but it's an ArrayList object, which means you can change the reference to ArrayList cat because it is an ArrayList object. Alright? You can only cast compatible data types, numbers to numbers, a superclass object to a subclass. Okay? That's what we're doing there. Alright? This is a superclass reference to a subclass object. So we're going to change the superclass reference to a subclass reference, which is ArrayList cat. That means that cloned cat now is a perfect shallow copy. So clone cat dot there they all are. Add, size, get, clear, is empty, add all, clone, contains. Okay? So what can I say? It's complicated. Okay? There's no two ways about it. It is complicated. Alright? If you don't want to use that sort of shallow copying, you just use add all instead. Okay? Sorry? It's way less work. Okay? But you do need to know this for the exam. Is that okay, everyone? Yeah? Now, I know it's, so just to show you. So I'll go cloned cat dot size. All those methods work. Okay? All those methods work. I don't know what I can say. Maybe look over the video again as I'm explaining it. It's not that massively important. Alright? It's not the most important thing in the world, so don't get too hung up with it. If you don't quite understand it now, we will be coming across it again when we're doing the questions. Is that okay, everyone? Alright? So, any topic you don't quite understand, of course we can always come back to it again. If you say, no, I want you to go back to that, we'll go back to it. Alright? But for now, I think we'll just move on. Is that alright? Is that okay? Okay. Now, so that is static void ex9. So I'm going to do static void ex10. So this is end of ex9. So this is the last part of Arraylist. So static void ex10. Now, so what I'm going to do next, we're going to do we're going to create a list of names, okay, and we're going to have a certain name in it. All right, we're going to have a certain name in it 3 times, And what we're going to do is we're going to create a program that's going to remove that name. Alright? I'm going to show you using it with all the techniques we've used so far. And then there's also something called a list iterator. Now, list iterators, not massively important for array lists. However, when you're coming to databases, you need to know list iterators. Okay? When you're trying to go to records in the database with Java, you need to know these list iterators. So that's their main usage. Alright? So static void ex10, I'm going to create an array list of names. String, I'm going to call it name list, is equal to new array list string. So I'm going to add a few names to it. So I'm going to go name list dot add. I'm going to add pat. Name list dot add. I'm going to add Kate. Name list dot add. I'm going to add Shelley. Name list dot add. I'm going to add Kate again. Name list dot add. I'm going to add Laura. And name dot add. I'm going to add Kate again. Now, how would I go about, what I want to do is the following, right? I want to place all instances of Kate with Linda. So I'm not going to ask you to code it, but generally, what do I need to be doing?
You put in a for loop and then an if statement in the for loop.
Yeah. So I'm going to be creating a for loop, and you'll be going through the for loop, and everywhere it finds Kate, it's going to replace it with Linda. Okay? Now that's pseudocode. Okay? Before you're doing any coding, you need to write it down on a piece of paper what you're trying to do. Okay? Now it can be as close to computer programming as you like, or it can be a sentence. It's totally up to yourself how you write your pseudocode. But you do have to write it down. Alright? Not even in your head, it's not good enough. You need to write it down. Alright? So what we're doing here is I'm just going to write it in very, very simple pseudocode above it. So we are searching our list for the word Kate. Everywhere we find the word Kate, we replace it with the word Linda. Now it can be as simple as that. You could go into more detail saying it's a loop, whatever you want, but that's just as simple as that. Okay? So that obviously means we're going to be going through this name list. Alright? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a loop. For int I is equal to 0, I is less than name list dot size. I plus plus. So it needs to check each. Sorry?
Check this tree.
Yeah. So it needs to check each entry for the word Kate. Okay. So we need to check each. So check each entry for the word Kate. So we do that via an if statement. So if now we need to go name list dot get. Here's where it gets a little bit awkward maybe. So get I. So it's going to check each one. Okay. Get I is going to check. It's going to check the first one. Pet. And we're going to use get I is going to call the equals method. Okay. So if. So I'll just put the names up here beside it. So we have Pat, Kate, Shelley, Kate, Laura, and Kate. Okay, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yes? Yeah, right. So what this is doing here, if nameless get I, so if that's 0, it's going to be get 0. Nameless.get 0, that is the string Pat. Alright, so if you go Pat dot equals Kate, it doesn't, so it doesn't go into this statement. Yes? Okay. Yeah, we're a lot steadier ground here than that other shit we were doing there a minute ago. Okay? Right. So, but if it is Kate, okay, I want to put in a little statement that says we're removing Kate. Okay? So every time we remove the word Kate, I want to be able to see it here. It says removing Kate. Yeah? So I'm going to go, first thing I'm going to say, removing on line I plus 1. Hold on a minute though. Right. Now, the reason I'm saying, actually, I'll just change that back to I. Alright, change it to I. So that will say removing on line 0, if Kate is on line 0. It'll say line 1, if it's removing line Kate 1, so on and so forth. Alright, so it should print off removing on line 1, removing on line 3, removing on line 5. Yes? Okay. Right, now, so what do we want it to do in each time? We're going to call the remove method. Now, you can either remove a variable, or you can remove an index position. Okay. Now, remove only will remove the first one, but we wanted to go through it and remove them all. Yes. Okay. So what I do is name list dot remove I. Now that would work. This would also work because Kate, we've already determined that Kate is on that line. Yes? So that'd work, or that'd work. Alright? But I'm going to leave it at that one. Okay? So that means that Kate is removed. All right. Now, we're after removing Kate. We want to replace it with Linda. So what we want to do is, now we removed Kate at position 1. That means we want to put Linda in at position 1. So what we do is we go namelist dot add at position I we're going to put in the term LINDA. Put in a comment for each one of these. Oops, sorry. This will give the line number Kate is removed at. Now it's the index line number, so it starts at 0. This will give the index line number Kate is removed at. First line would be 0. Okay. Then this removes Kate. This adds Linda to where Kate was. Okay. Now I'm going to see did this work out. So what we should be getting is it should be printing removing on line 1, removes it, puts in Linda. It should say removing on line 3, takes out Kate, puts in Linda. Removing on line 5, takes out Kate, puts in Linda. Okay. Now to see that it worked, I'm going to print out all the names before. So I'm going to go here. Oops. So before removing, okay, I just need to go here. So removing on line 1, so just take out this shit. So it does say removing on line 1, removing on line 3, removing on line 4. So I'm going to check the list after it's done. So make sure we're in the right one. If in doubt, if you don't know where the brackets finish, just put the opening bracket and you'll see there that's the closing bracket for the for loop. So then I go SYSO, after remove, then I print off SYSO in a LIST. Now we have Pat, Linda, Shelley, Laura, Linda. Yes? Is everyone okay with that? Right. Now.
Could you say no, just if you got the screen and leave it there? Right, don't you say if name just gets I equals Kate, no?
Yeah.
Could you say then below that the nameless go inside of nameless I get I equals Linda? Because it'll only you change it automatically in one sentence, would it do that?
You can do that, Jez, or
I know I do.
or you can set it.
Set it up
Nameless.getI nameless.set I Linda. Yeah. Okay. It'll be a lot easier. Okay. So, but I want to use remove. Okay. So an easy way to do it would be use the set. But I want to use the remove because I want to show you how to use it with these has next and has so on and so forth. So that's not the easy way to do it. The easiest way to do it is if namelist get I dot equals Linda, all we'd have to say is in here namelist dot set I Linda. That will replace all instances of Kate with Linda.
Sorry, I'm just wondering how to write it. I can just.
Right, well, you know what? We will write it. Okay, so I'll comment out this guy, comment out this one, comment out this one, and I will put in here, so it's name list dot set I Linda. And there it is. Okay, this is a much shorter way to do it if you want. Okay, this is a much shorter and easier way than all of the above. It's like Anthony, there is literally an infinite amount of ways to do anything. Okay, that undoubtedly is a lot easier. Okay, now, so yeah.
Would you use the equivalence instead of equals here? The two of equals on here.
No, you wouldn't want to go. Remember with strings because if you can't guarantee that Kate wasn't created with the new keyword at any stage. If it was, then you're in deep shit. Okay, then it won't recognize it. So use the equals. Okay. Now, why am I showing you all this? Okay, it's because of these things called list iterators. Okay. Now, so I'm going to change our list back again to this. Okay. So you can go namelist.clear. That'll get rid of everything in your array list. And then we're going to, oh no, that's definitely not right. So that'll clear everything in your array list. And then we want to add these people to your array list again. Alright, so our name list is back again. Pat, Kate, Shelley, Kate, Laura, Kate. Yeah? Now, so, put it in here. So, these are called list iterators. So, list. Now, the only way we can show you them really here is through iterattor. Now, what is a list iteration? A list iterator is a class that is used specifically for going through any type of list. It's used a lot in databases. Actual fact, that's its primary function. Alright? When we come to using databases, we'll be using these things. You don't really use these things in array lists. Okay? The reason I'm showing you them because A, they are on the exam, but there's only one question at the most on them. But what's more important about them is for databases. This is how you go through records in a database. It's using these guys. Okay? Go on. Go for that. Okay? So I will get this finished Come back. Now we're recording again. Alright, now a list iterator, it's a special object. It's an object for going through lists. Alright? Now, so you can make a list iterator for a particular list. That's the way it goes. Okay? So it's a data type called list iterator. And we're going to be making a list iterator for name list. Okay? So list iterator string. Okay. Spelled that wrong. No, that's right. So stritr import list iterator java utl. Okay, so what you do, you go name list dot list iterator. Okay, so you create a list iterator from another list. Okay, all right, so this is specifically tailored for name list. Okay, it's for name list and nothing else. Yes, everyone understand that? It's just, all right, there's two methods. One of the methods is called hasNext. Another one called next. IN. Okay, there's two methods of the list iterator class. One of them is called hasNext and next. These are the two methods that you use to go through records in a database. Okay, that's why I'm showing them to you. You have to know them for the exam as well. Okay, so there's two methods. One of them is called hasNext and next. So this iterator is specifically for going through that list. Okay, now you can do all sorts of things with them. You can tailor them to go through the list and increment them by one, go through the list and check if they've got no null values, and there's all sorts of things you can do with them, right? But this is just a basic one. It's just for us to learn hasNext and next. Okay, so if you just print out this guy, all it is, it does nothing by itself. striter tor. That's just the address of it. Okay, that's just the address of it, because it only works in conjunction with something else, and it only works here in our case in conjunction with name list. Okay, now the reason we're using this guy is there are two methods of the list iterator class that we use when accessing records from a database. hasNext. Okay, what this does, this checks to see are you at the end of your list. Okay, so this returns true if there is another value after the current value, and returns false if this is the last item on the list. Okay, so what it's actually doing is checking to see is there a next record. Okay, if there is a next record, it goes on to the next record. Okay, so it keeps checking to see is there a next record. If there is no next record that returns false, it won't go on to the next record. Do you understand that? If I've got 4 records or 3 records in my database, Okay. So if it's in a loop or and it has next, so let's say this is position 0. So 0 dot has next is going to return true, so then it goes on to the next iteration. 1 dot has next is true because there's a record here, so it goes on to the next iteration. If I go to this one, 2 dot has next, that's false, there's no other records, and so our loop will exit at that stage. Yes? Okay, that's what has next does. Now, has next just checks to see do you have another record. What actually causes your loop to increment is this guy, next. This is what causes your loop to advance to the next iteration. Now, so we have name list. Name list consists of, again, Pat, Kate, Shelley, Kate, Laura, Kate. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to replace Kate with Linda, but this time we're going to be using these things, these list iterators. Okay, now, so I'm going to use a while loop this time. Okay, and what you do is this guy. It's striterer dot has next. So what this is saying is while there is another record after the current record. Okay, so if we're on the first record, it says, all right, there is another record, so we continue. While it's on Kate, oh, there's another record, we'll continue. While it's on Kate, oh, there's another record, we'll continue. While it's on Laura, oh, there's another record, we'll continue. Now, while it's on the final Kate, it'll see there's no other record, so it won't continue. Yes? Okay, right. All right, now, so what we need to put inside here, we need to check for Kate. Okay, now, so the way we do it is, now if we want to advance in our loop, we go striter dot next. Now that's what increments the loop. Okay, that's what increments the loop. Okay, so this is what increments and advances the loop. This guy here checks to see have we a next record. If we have a next record, this is going to advance to the next record. Yes? This is effectively our incrementer here. Yes? Okay, so has next, that is used when you're checking to see is there another record in your database. Next is what is used to advance to the next record in your database. Alright? If you know those two commands, you can do anything with databases. Them are the two, yeah, that's them. Them are the two basic commands of databases. You know those, you can get databases to work. Alright? Now, but we're going to do a small bit more. Okay, we're going to do a small bit more. So, we want to check. Okay, so obviously we're going to have to do some sort of if statement. So I'm going to put in here before if. Now I'm going to create an if statement. Now, inside here, I'm going to put that there. Okay, if the next record equals Kate. Okay, if the next record equals Kate, Now, what's happening is that this string iterator is going through each one of the records. Alright? It's going through each one of the records. So let me just check something here. Right, so take out that guy. Now, this string iterator here, all the methods of the Arraylist class are also available to it. Okay, so it contains whatever. So all of the methods of the Arraylist class are available to this. Okay, so one of the methods of the Arraylist class is remove. So what is this doing here? This is checking each entry, right? So if the entry is Kate, remove that entry, because str iterator is an iterator that's based on names, the name list. Okay, the name list which contains Pat, Kate, Shelley, Kate, Laura, Kate. So any method that acts on this also acts on the array list. So string iterator.remove. So if string iterator.next equals Kate, that means checks each one. Okay, checks each one. So if a particular record equals Kate, remove that particular record, and in its position we add Linda. Okay, and that's it. Now, I know that looks, it's overkill for an array list, that is. Alright, but for a database, it's the only way you can go through databases is by using has next and next. Has next is to check to see are you at the end of it yet. Okay, this part here, the next, that's actually what increments it. Okay, you can imagine there is a counter going on there in the background. The next is what increments the counter by 1. Okay, and that changes our list. So if we go to have a look at our list, so I'll go here, SYSO. If I go to print off my list, which is name list, there it is, Pat, Linda, Shelley, Linda, Laura, Linda. Now, as I keep stressing to you, the takeaway from this is that guy, that's what you use to move through records in a database. This guy here is what you use to control the loop. That basically tells you when to finish the loop. Okay, there is has next. As long as you have another record in the list, do this. Okay, so next, that's what increments it. Okay, now what I mean it increments it, I mean string iterator equals Kate. It's going to check Pat first. It's going to do all of that first. Then it's going to go increment our counter by 1, and it's going to go to Kate. Okay, does the same with Shelley, does the same with Kate, does the same with Laura, does the same with Kate. The last time when it's checking Kate, it does all of this. Then it checks, then it goes next. But has next here says, oh, there is no other record, so it finishes. Alright, so iterators aren't that important for array lists, but they are vitally important for databases. Okay, the only way you can go through records is using that guy and that guy, which we'll be doing when we pass the exams. Okay, I'm fairly confident most of us should pass the exams, and when that happens, we're going to be using these guys to go through databases. Any questions on that? Okay, as I say, they're not that important for Arraylist. It's for databases where they're important. Any questions? No? Okay, I think that's us actually finished. Let me just check. Yep, that's us finished. Yeah, that's it. That's Arraylist finished. There's no use in starting something else, so I'll just upload that video and upload that code, and that's Arraylist finished. Is that okay? Now tomorrow we're going to be doing. I'll just stop this recording and I'll upload.